Hey, my Nick. How you doing, sweetheart? How are you feeling today? But guys, we're gonna wait a couple of minutes for people to come on in, and then we're gonna start the show. So you know what you do. You fast forward it and get straight to the show. Hey, the most lovely Miss Leo. I'm glad you're doing better, baby. You was doing splits? Yeah, 'cause you got that leg up in the air. You could do some splits with that leg up in the air, girl. Oh, God. Just like Nature Nut. Put them legs up in the air and split, girl. Oh, my God. I'm not messing with you. I'm not messing with you. Doing a rain dance. Keep doing the rain dance. Hey, Coffee. Hey, sweetie. How are you? Let's talk about Nicole and her rain dance. Now, guys, y'all might have heard of Mr. Divine, but people kept saying, "Oh, Nature Boy is going to get a movie. Oh, Nature Boy is going to." I keep trying to tell you guys, he's small time. The cult's been going on before him. Cult's been going on during him, and cults are going to be going on after him. Once we stop letting people tell us what we need to find, like we all, like everybody is Dorothy and shit, and we all, pardon me, Dorothy and crap, and we all sitting up there looking for the Wizard of Oz. We still looking for the Wizard of Oz, knowing that it ain't no Wizard of Oz. But everybody can get us closer to God than us, and they all come in peace, and they all come to help us. Instead of people learning how to help themselves and help their own community, we always looking for help. Nothing wrong with getting some help, but that's your community. And sometimes if you see something on the floor, pick it up. Depending on your age bracket and where you live. But a lot of times, when back in the days, if you lived in like in buildings or projects or something like that, you cleaned your own. If you see something was dirty on your floor, you cleaned it yourself. Like you kept your community up yourself. You know, when church was church, that was the place where you sent your kids. They would learn how to read. You knew where they were at. Even though they would still have cults and stuff back, they still had all of that back then. But today, we're going to check out Mr. Divine. And then we want to look who followed behind Mr. Divine. If you guys remember him. You're going to see who followed him. Uh-huh. Let me take this off. Let me show this back again. Boop, boop. Now we're going to start this show. I don't know what happened to my girl, but this is from my girl, Immortal Morals. I haven't seen her in a bit, but if you come across her, tell her I miss her and tell her to come visit us. And I hope all is well with her. Let's go.
7, and he died 10th night. Who is Father Divine? Father Divine was born in 1877, and he died September 10th, 1965. He had no children. He preached strict abstinence. He chose the mixed race child as his successor, but it was not to be. Garcia voluntarily left Woodmont, his estate, when he was only 15. In Harlem, during the Great Depression, Father Divine gave his followers free food, employment, and shelter. This is going to be an interesting man to learn about. So let's take a look at it.
Oh Lord, I got to fast forward that a little bit. Just with everybody. Okay, it says Father Divine, Reverend Major J. Divine, civil rights leader of the 1930s, established cooperative economic plan. What happened to that plan? See, people come to you talking about a plan. Providing life necessities and normal prices. Divine Lorraine Hotel here, built 1894. See, what you guys don't understand and what you guys don't want to understand and what is hard for you to understand is a lot of people that we call leaders were Freemasons. They didn't get a gathering. They didn't get money like that. The only way you could do that is you have to go through some doors. Hey, Jack, you have to go through some doors. So it's hard for us to believe that our leaders wasn't really our leaders. They was just as, some of them was just as much puppets that we have today. We had it then too. Same way our puppets make us believe they're for us. Well, guess what? Their puppets made them think that they was for them too. So let's get back to our, like Nature Boy is famous. No. You had people way before you. Let's go. I'm just going to mute it out so you guys can read it. I feel like getting hit with no copyright strike. But these are all the people he was servicing who believed in him. International peace.
From WHYY in Philadelphia, this is The Why. I'm Annette John Hall. If you've ever passed by the old Divine Lorraine Hotel on North Broad Street in Philadelphia, you've probably wondered where it got its name. I know I have. Well, it turns out that the Divine Lorraine is named after a religious cult leader who claimed to be God.
One day my daughter called me up and said, "You've got to make a movie about this guy."
That's Philadelphia filmmaker Lenny Feinberg.
She said that she went to a banquet at their house, at their mansion, Woodmont, which is a 75-acre estate in Gladwin. And she said that people sat around the table singing the whole meal, but then they would get up and speak to an empty chair. And that empty chair was Father Divine.
Today, a handful of followers still live in Woodmont and still believe Father Divine is God, even though he's been dead for over 50 years. He was way ahead of his time on issues of race and social justice, but he is dismissed in history as a religious panderer who created a cult to serve himself. Today on The Why, Divine's Providence. Feinberg recently completed a documentary on Father Divine and his followers. Let's talk about a little bit about how Father Divine came to be. He was born George Baker in Rockville, Maryland.
Well, that's a statement that can get you in trouble with the existing followers. Many people claim he was born George Baker in Rockville, Maryland, but his followers vehemently deny that because they believe he's God. And God can't be born. I looked hard and long for proof, and I could find no proof that he was George Baker.
So how did he start his ministry?
There are many versions of it, but basically he started on a street corner.
Kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
And he would preach the gospel and preach the word of God, and he would get followers, and then a couple more, and then a couple more, until the point where he had a handful of followers who formed a nucleus that they could support themselves.
Peace, everyone. Everybody happy? So am I.
So Lenny, he comprised his first congregation in Sayville, Long Island, New York in 1919. By then, about how many people did he have?
He probably had 10 to 20 people who lived in the Sayville house full time.
And how did he get that house?
I believe it was the first Mother Divine, whose name was Penina. I think that she had some wealth.
Hey, Precious.
And that she became a follower. She became his wife.
Hey, Tommy.
And I believe that she's the one that put up the funds to buy the house.
So Lenny, at some point during his New York years, he's arrested for disturbing the peace.
Well,
Tell me what happened.
It's an interesting story. Father's success started to grow, and the backbone of success, even to this day, is feeding people. And he wouldn't feed them the typical, I don't want to say gruel, but he wouldn't feed them substandard foods that you may see at soup kitchens. He put on enormous feasts, and he did it constantly, and people would come because they would get a free meal.
And this was during the Depression, right?
Throughout the whole Depression.
Nature Boy ain't feed nobody.
People were coming by the hundreds.
And they want to give Nature Boy a damn movie, and Nature Boy ain't never fed nobody. We sent that Negro money. At least this cult leader fed people and stuff. Let's go.
To get a free meal. So the complaints came, followed by the police, and Father was arrested for disturbing the peace. The judge told Father Divine that he was a charlatan, that he had no right to tell people he was God, and he put him in jail for a year.
He was God.
The judge's name was Judge Smith, who was a robust man in his 50s. Well, 3 days later, the judge dropped dead.
Ooh.
And
What?
well,
Ooh.
3 days after sentencing Father to the harshest punishment he possibly could, the
Ooh.
judge dropped dead.
Ooh.
And Father supposedly from his jail cell said, "I hated to do it." The newspapers loved it. They said Father Divine kills judge who put him in jail.
His followers who wondered if he was God, that was probably confirmed for him at that time. Huh?
Sure.
Judge Smith on himself by his prejudice and his bigotry. With Father, when people touched him inharmoniously, they received the effect of it.
So Father Divine establishes the International Peace Mission in 1936, and essentially it is a communal living sort of compound in Harlem where he has all his followers in one place.
A man in a $20 suit walked into Harlem. He said he was God.
So what does that provide?
The International Peace Mission was the official name of the organization umbrella that Father controlled. Father had heavens, he would call them, all over the world. Australia, California, South America, they were all under the umbrella of the International Peace Mission. It really came about, I believe, because Father also employed some of the best legal minds in the world. And they put together this organization that basically, I believe, would protect him.
How did Father Divine get so rich? I mean, he says that he never took an offering.
I did not and do not and will not receive compensation, remuneration, love offerings, donations, or anything of that sort for my spiritual work and activities from any individual.
Now, isn't that the same thing Nature Nut did? Isn't that the same? Nature Boy don't have nothing in his name. Even though Nature Boy be begging, he never says that the money goes to him. There is nothing in Nature Boy's name. Nothing. Now, look at all these amount of people this man had. And this in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, right? Now, remember, he was calling himself God also. And the judge says, you know, but Nature Boy forgot that part. Like, who was you to call yourself God? I mean, we don't like what happened 3 days later. You notice the word, you notice the key thing is 3 days later, right? But again, look at the amount, the effect of people. So even though Nature Boy, he has a lot of followers, but they're not physically going to meet him and praise him. They only see and hear him online, which is dangerous too. But these people are getting out of their bed. These people is getting out of their bed to go and support this man, right? Nature Boy is kicking and hitting the air because his wig lawyer can't get. Yeah, I'm trying. I bet you they send him money to get. I wonder if he had to cut off his hair or what. Because you know, baby, when that stinking man get home, you could bet your bottom dollar He's gonna be bragging. We're gonna hear so many stories. It's gonna be ridiculous. We're gonna hear all these made up, and you know this man good for making up shit. We're gonna hear all these made up stories, and for real, and I ain't had to do nothing. And just like they massage my feet. No, these are real coats right here. These are real coats right here. Nature Boy ain't worth no damn movie. He ain't worth no Netflix. He ain't worth nothing because he did not influence people like this. He did not have protection like these people like this. He wasn't in Freemasonry, as we know. He could have been trying to cross over. Who knows? We don't know. But this man got a public lawyer. Why would they want to give a man a movie who got a public damn defender? He can't even afford a lawyer. Let's go.
But at his height, he was wearing $500 suits, driving around in a $25,000 Duesenberg, had a private plane. Where did he get his money from?
Father had all these heavens around the country. Every one of them had a Rolls Royce just in case Father would show up one day. Father lived the life. How did he get it? He got people to believe he was God, and they gave him the worldly possessions. But he also had a few very wealthy followers, and they funded the bulk of the big purchases. Or the Duesenberg, it was custom made. The second to last Duesenberg ever made. It took 2 years to build, and Father was very short in stature, and it was custom made with a big jump seat in the back, so he could look higher when he was sitting in the back of it.
And we should note here that he did not believe in credit, that he paid cash for almost everything.
No banks, no insurance. Didn't believe in insurance or life insurance. But there were no books kept. Nobody knows how much money there was, how many followers there were. No statistics were kept that I've ever seen, and I was told none were ever kept.
Let's talk about Father Divine's role in the civil rights movement, because I think that is something that people know absolutely nothing about.
During the 20s, 30s, and 40s, there really was no civil rights movement. Father Divine believed that there are no such thing as races, that everyone is equal. And he took that philosophy beyond the Peace Mission movement to struggle and fight for what he thought were equality and civil rights. He would contact companies that refused to hire blacks and tell them, we're not going to use your product. And at the time, he had hundreds of thousands of followers. He threatened and actually did boycott milk delivery companies because they wouldn't hire black drivers. They staged sit-ins on commercial places such as restaurants or stores that wouldn't allow blacks in. He would send in his white followers to just sit in there before the sit-in was a word. When no one was doing it, no one thought about doing it, and it took enormous courage.
Father Divine, Shantae Boo. We trying to show you what Nature Boy was not able to accomplish.
So in the 40s, Lenny, Father Divine marries the second Mother Divine, and she's white. How did they meet?
This is where it gets dicey, because Penina, the first Mother Divine, at one point became no longer useful. She was living up in the New Paltz area where Father had a lot of headquarters, had a lot of properties there, and Father was down in Harlem. Eventually, Penina went into the hospital and was left in a pauper's grave somewhere. And then in 1946, she was abracadabra reincarnated as a 21-year-old white woman.
We didn't marry to propagate children. We married to propagate virtue.
That woman was Edna Rose Richings, who as a teenager started following Father Divine from her home in Vancouver. One weekend in 1946, they came back is married Mother and Father Divine.
I held no claim on father as a woman would a natural man.
If you're asking me why he moved to Philadelphia from New York, the answer is because one of the people who gave them all their worldly possessions, a married couple, decided a year into it that they wanted their worldly possessions back. And that would have been a bad business move on Father's part. So he was advised, or so he believed. And rather than pay them, he moved to Philadelphia. He closed up his New York branches and came down here. And eventually started buying properties in Philadelphia.
And that includes Woodmont, where his followers live today. He continues to buy properties in Philadelphia, including the Divine Lorraine Hotel. What is the historical significance of the Divine Lorraine?
It's historically significant because it was the first hotel of any significance to be integrated in this country. Now, if you were married, you couldn't sleep in
The estate is today the center of the International Peace Mission movement. Father Divine, a self-proclaimed God and leader of the movement, was given the estate by a follower, John Devout, in 1953. His followers renovated the mansion and placed an American flag prominently in front, reflecting Father Divine's patriotism. They also added a garden like those on previous Peace Mission properties. An open house was held on September 10 to 12, 1953. Followers visited Father Divine here until his death in 1965. All furnishings in Divine's rooms, including an antiquated television set, have been left as they were at his death. The estate is now a shrine to his life and a meeting place for his few remaining followers.
Now this man still got followers. This man still have followers. This man still till today, just like the other guy that's locked up, they still have followers. So it might not be head can cap. It might not be no hope for Zoka and the four blind bats. It might not be no hope for them. They just may keep following that man and following that man. But the difference is we're going to keep talking about them, and we're going to keep talking about them. Because I'm trying to show y'all why Nature Boy is not going to get a movie. Because Nature Boy ain't, come on now, look what this man accomplished in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. Nature Boy ain't do none of the above. They not giving that man no damn movie. Talking about it's in talks. That man small time. Small time. And I'm going to tell you, right after this, I'm going to tell you who was his student and who learned from him. I think Coffee knows the answer. Y'all remember in the beginning, Nature Boy tried that. Remember in the beginning, he had a lot of Caucasian people there. He had the Caucasian guys there. And then he tried the Caucasian girls. But he was so narcissistic. And he didn't have it down right pat that was some of his downfall. You know, he didn't gather the people. You know, he didn't gather the people. What's up, bro? Hello. You got open your mic, bro. Yeah.
Okay, I had to get out of YouTube first. Yeah, that's so coincidental that you playing. What's up, chat? By the way, what's up, everybody? Gary, Nick, everybody in the chat. Yeah, I just saw this documentary. So this is an excellent documentary. Take notes on this because it'll show you the difference between a real live cult leader that had a massive following. You'll see what a peon Nature Boy is compared to Father Divine. He built homes. He had properties internationally. He had the kind of money that the Church of Scientology has now. But you got to remember, this was a black man who was doing this in the 30s, 40s,
50s. Yeah.
When Jim Crow was strong, and he married a white woman.
And she's still praising him. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if she's still living now.
Well, she just died. She just died in like 2012, I think. Mhm.
Yeah, no, because I think they showed something that said 2014.
Yes,
Well, I'm
yeah,
saying
somewhere around there.
She could still be living because she's in her 1930s. Some people are still living in their late 80s and 90s. So I don't know.
She was 92. So yeah, she lived a long time and
she is passed away.
Yeah, she did in 2015. I meant to say instead of 2012.
Yeah, I didn't know the lady passed away or not, but we still know up until her transcending days, they were still serving this man. They still had a table for this man. And, you know, as we saw in that other clip, you know, that's why they keep saying, oh, carbonation is going to, no, the hell carbonation is not.
No, carbonation will never last because you got to think about it. Look at it like this. This man's been dead for 50 years and they still maintaining that cult because they didn't run it the same way Nature Boy ran it. The one mistake that he made, besides being a cult.
Don't tell it.
Okay, go ahead. I'm on mute. I'm on mute, but I'm here.
One person followed right behind him. I'm going to show y'all. I think Coffee knows the answer. Whoever's seen it knows the answer.
Yeah.
We got another cult that came right after him that learned from him.
Right. That, and you can see the lessons. That's why I told the chat, pay attention to the things that they telling you he's doing, and you can see all of those same indoctrination tools in every cult leader that's out there today. But I'm on mute, y'all.
Yeah. So they like, oh, nature not ain't had no people like this. Nature not ain't had no money like that. They're not gonna give a man a whole damn movie who got a public defender. Where his people at marching?
Yeah, see, that's why I said when they locked up Father Divine, look at all them people in the street. Nature Boy couldn't get that many people together to do nothing for him. That's why I said you got to understand there's levels to this cult shit. Like he's not on a Father Divine, Jim Jones, Branch Davidian, David Koresh type level. He's not. He is such a peon. The only reason that he's called a cult is because of his behavior and his tactics. But really, you could go to anywhere in America and find some man that's trafficking 4 or 5 women that's pimping them out, and that's the same thing Nature Boy is doing.
Yeah, I think Nature Boy, the only reason why it's just that he became a reality show. We didn't even see him as, because that's how he didn't understand you was a joke. Your knowledge was fake. You were fake. So it got to the point that he just became a reality show, that being that he kept entertaining us, as he want to say, with his real life. Let me just put it like that. I'm not going to say entertainment without saying real life, because I don't want to give them people no credit stating that he's entertaining. He was.
But see, that's the difference.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna say you're right about that. See, he didn't have to come up with no gimmicks. He didn't have to do characters. He didn't have. That's how you know that Nature Boy is not really on that level, because he had to come up with gimmicks. We never looked at him like a spiritual leader. You know, of course, we not gonna fall for a Father Divine, but he was looked at and perceived by the general public, even the establishment, politicians, because he was so engrossed in politics that he was meeting with presidents. He met with Roosevelt, Johnson. He met with.
Don't give it all the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, just to say though that the thing I think though, like you were saying, the thing that fascinated, they never looked at Nature Boy as a spiritual leader. He was always looked at as like a reality show personality. And also Nature Boy, he didn't see, you got to realize, like, the thing that fascinated, I think, most people about Nature Boy is the same thing that caught my attention. Before I tapped into you and I saw that first video, I never thought or imagined or even heard of there being a black cult. All the cults that I had heard about were white folks. And so when I saw, man, it's really actually a black cult out there and they're young, that's what sparked. And I think that's the only reason people look at this, because they like, wow, I didn't know this shit existed. And I think Gary said that too. He didn't know there was so many black cults. I didn't either. I had no idea. But this is a new era.
You did know, Doc. No, you did. I mean, you probably didn't think about it, but you did know of Dr. York.
True. I did know Dr. York.
Well, that's why I said you saying the same exact thing that Gary said. You know, you didn't know that it was like more like it's a lot more
like that. Yeah. I thought York was that
enough, right?
Was that outlier, right? He was that one in, you know, but in reality, when you look at most of these pseudo religious organizations, they're cults, and it's more and more black cults because, again, it's a hustle. And anytime there's a hustle involved, you're going to find some ninjas to try to co-opt that hustle.
And then Nature Boy thought that he could be like him and not have nothing in his name, and thought that they was going to send him custom cars and they was going to send him. But the only place where Nature Boy messed up at is social media, right? So social media was able to go after, like, what was that? The brown guy and the other guy. And these guys had businesses and stuff. So social media was eating their ass up. So but if it was for social media, so he thought like he could say he's God, he could come on here, and then he's going to have a lot of people we don't know about that was going to flourish him. Which I'm not talking about the people that we didn't see. I'm talking about big time, like corporations, like how this guy had.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
It was like 2 cars made, and he had one, and it was custom made.
Yeah.
Houses, hotels.
Right.
Nothing is in this man's name. That's what Nature Boy thought.
Yeah, and it's crazy because the thing about Father Divine too that I noticed.
Yeah, he's still in jail.
He was strategic. Yeah, he'll be in for the rest of his life, Nicole. He ain't gonna never see the light of day. Speaking of Dr. York, but you can tell the difference on intelligence level when you listen to Father Divine and you listen to a Nature Boy. You can see the difference, and you know. But I think we, as a community, we had never experienced black cults, so I think that's why all of these people.
I think in our face.
In our face, true. In our face.
Like
Let me keep emphasizing that because the Nuwaubians.
Yeah, like the seeing the day ends and like seeing the gaslighting, like seeing like slap this one. You know, these are things that we would have to wait till a documentary come out. You know, Nature Boy was showing us this crap every day.
Yeah, and you notice one thing too, when he got arrested, Father Divine got arrested, and they asked him, and he said, "I'm not interested in making a statement right now until I speak to my lawyer." And that was all he said. That was it.
The other thing is, no, you cannot tell me what name I was born by. I'm God.
Right.
I'm like, well, alrighty. Okay. You know, so.
But look at the lessons Nature Boy took from, I'm going to mute up, but watch the documentary and look at all the shit Nature Boy took from him.
Try to take it.
Try to, yeah. Amongst other people, he pinched off a little bit from a whole lot of people. Dr. York, you know, Dr. Sebi, Father Divine, you know, a bunch of them. Even the white evangelical cults, you know, he took from them too. But I'm on mute.
Oh, Jim Jones, I ain't gonna say nothing about Jim Jones yet. I ain't gonna say nothing about Jim Jones yet, but Cap know I'm going with that. I ain't gonna say nothing about Jim Jones yet, all right?
Yep, stay tuned, Gary.
But this is why, you know, But like I said, Nature Boy people. But the purpose of me showing you this is showing you that this look at the 1930s when it was pure racism. Pure racism. But Nature Boy didn't know how to give back neither. That's why he didn't have the following. All this, he's a giver. He's a giver. People are like, what the hell did he give? At least these people could say, hey, I was hungry, he fed me. The things that you were saying before.
Yeah, and he fed people during the Depression. You got to remember the Depression was, 1936, and he was right in the middle of that, and he was feeding people during the Depression.
Even though it was for his own benefit, but that's why. But at least people could say that. They can't say nothing about Nature Boy.
Nothing at all. Hold on. Thank you, Nicole. Can we please, Bush Babies, because we know everybody in the chat didn't already tap that like button ever so slightly. Bush Babies, could y'all please just tap that like button and go back in the bushes? You ain't got to say nothing. We're not going to put you out there. Your name not going to pop up. But please tap that like button. This content is on point. Please and thank you.
Now, King Kev, I am posted. I don't know what that means, Kev. I guess Gary is saying something.
That means he's standing by and he's waiting. He posted up. I got what he's saying. Yep, he waiting.
That's why I said that was for you. Man, talk.
Listen though, you'll pick up a lot of. You'll be like, God damn, Nature Boy did that. Oh shit, Nature Boy tried to do. Just watch the documentary and pay attention.
And yes, we have to stop and talk.
Yes, we do.
Because we're not taking their documentary. We have to do commentary on it, just in case I have to fight. Just in case we got to fight, got to do commentary on it. And you know what? We have to break stuff down anyway.
Exactly.
So let's finish. And we're not gonna finish. Let's move a forward part, Kev. But if you notice, Nature Boy makes them all keep that picture of him.
Right. You see the similarities. That's why I was telling the chat to pay attention. The pictures they all have sitting on their beds of fire. Nature Boy the same way. See, Father Divine kept the men and the women separated. Nature Boy does the same thing. The celibacy thing. He don't let the men have sex. But see what it's so many similarities that he picked. That's all these cult leaders do is they just learn from the last cult leader.
Oh, Coffee heard it too. Y'all heard that thing. Y'all knew it was the cat. Everybody know it was you. Yeah. And I'll be like telling myself, come get your kids. They make it so hard for me. But okay.
But you see the difference. He bought whole apartment buildings for his followers to live in for free. He did it with the government. They didn't want to move.
Them buildings was his. They gave it. That people gave up their whole houses.
Right, but just like they was talking about those brownstones in Harlem, he bought those for his followers to live in. You know,
the followers gave them to him.
Oh yeah, they gave him homes and everything. But even when the military, when he wanted to move in that white town, and what he did was he bought a building and then allowed the military to stay there for $1 a year. That's how. That's smart. That's ingenious.
You better not be giving up all the juice.
Oh my bad. Let me go back on mute because this is a good video.
And here goes Sat coming in here starting trouble. Why must I be like that? Why must I chase the cat? Ugh. Let's stop the BS. See, we know that already. We didn't start the bull crap to stop it, Empress. We did. I specifically said these are people who are all Freemasons. So y'all have to come to class a little bit early. Y'all have to come to class a little bit early so y'all can hear what I say or continue to hear what I say. But you are absolutely correct. So you're absolutely correct. They cannot push these doors unless they are part of one of them Freemasons. That's all Freemasonry. Yes, we know. Yes, ma'am. And all of that's part of that too. So you are correct.
We got the smartest chat in town, period.
And I'm glad for the people who have seen some of this already. But I just wanted to show this too, because we gotta explore other cults and how they did things. We have to explore a lot of things. And I also trying to prove a point that they ain't gonna, Nature Boy don't need no damn movie, because what is there to put in his movie? What is there to put in his documentary? Freaking nothing. When we start exploring these other things, you gonna like, what the we don't see all Nature Boy stuff. This some shit. People giving up their houses. People gave him land. That's a pretty freaking land.
Yeah, like see.
Now imagine if they remodeled it. What? And it's still manicured to the T.
Oh, and listen, and all of their properties, because like you heard him say, Father Divine didn't believe in credit. All of their properties are free and clear. So that big ass mansion Sugar just showed a few minutes ago, that big ass estate on 100 and some acres, that was paid for and clear in the 1950s, and those people have maintained that property all of this time. That's the kind of money that they're playing with. They can buy buildings outright, free and clear, with no mortgage, no loan, no nothing. That's the type of money they playing with. This dude was serious. This dude was serious. Nature Boy is nowhere on the. You could find dudes in your neighborhood that's basically doing the same thing Nature Boy doing. He's just doing it on social media. Like I said, they built this shit in the 50s, in the 40s, right in the middle of Jim Crow. And you got this fool, they didn't even have the internet. Mm-hmm. They didn't have the internet. Yep. So when people with that shit was organic, they had to really go there and really, this dude got
hold on. Sat, we watching it together. Please, we know it. Please stop giving up all the info. Or I'm going to, keep talk about where we at right now. Same thing. Me and Kevin could tell the whole entire story too. We seen it, but a lot of people did not. Please keep it to where we at so people can see it. Or I'm going to delete nobody else. I'm personally going to delete it.
What's up, Meta? Welcome in,
baby. What's up?
Did you hit that like on the way in, please? And thank you. If you didn't hit that little X, go back out, hit that thumbs up, and come right back in the chat.
Do I consider King? I forgot. She don't speak to me. King Kev, do you? Yes, some of these Hebrew Israelite groups are cults.
Yes, ma'am.
They are.
Yes, ma'am.
Being a Hebrew Israelite is not a cult.
Thank you.
Groups is a cult
that formed for
the
there you go.
Are who you are.
Sugar be breaking stuff down. That's exactly right. It's not being a Hebrew Israelite makes you a cult member. It's the groups that use the doctrine of the Israelites to perpetrate what they're trying to get across in their personal agenda. That's when it becomes a cult. That's why any organization can become a cult. They had one that wasn't even religiously based. It was called NXIVM, and their leader just got locked up a couple years ago, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But they weren't even a spiritual cult. What they were a sexual cult as well, but they centered around people who were yuppies, upwardly mobile people, business people. And it was a trip because none of these people came from bad homes. All these people were college graduates. All these people were business professionals. A lot of them business owners. The other ones were CEOs and upper level in major corporations. So any group can become a cult if
people now who ask. I'm gonna say ask for coffee, ain't getting out either. But you gotta remember, you even have certain people, like I'm not gonna say Asha K. What's the name they call her?
Boosie K.
Boosie K. I'm just saying, I'm not calling her a cult, but she has. When you have over 1 million people, and anytime you can send somebody after people, and anytime you can say, "Go take this person," that's cult-like behavior.
Well, I'm going to make this very clear. If you can tell people whom you don't know and who don't know you and never met you and never will, if you can get them to go out and actively destroy somebody else's life by lies and by doxing, then that is by definition a cult.
At King Kev, right?
At King Kev. And let me give this. Let me get a network disclaimer.
That make me laugh. I swear for God, she makes me laugh. She knows we love her. And
in no way do the viewpoints and opinions of the guests reflect that of the host and the channel holder.
she said she a drunk cult. I saw you too. Drunk coat. Oh gosh, I guess I'm a ginger ale coat. me and Nicole is read the ginger ale coat up in this piece with the pumpkin seeds.
Well, I don't know if y'all remember, and I can't remember her name, and I wouldn't say it even if I could, but she was a real big channel holder, and this was last year and a half ago, and they were trying to reveal who she was because she always show her avatar, and they were trying to find out who she was. She just kind of disappeared, remember? And she had a huge following. She had a bigger follower than old girl. And she had over 1 million too. And she had people doing crazy things on her behalf too. But you got to realize these people, when you have people who have devious motives and intentions, they specialize in manipulating people. They know the people whom they can manipulate. They look at their chat and they see these people making these outrageous.
And then you got to remember too, and that's when your following becomes too big, you're gonna get a phone call.
Yeah,
because that means you now can sway people. So you're going. So now if I know what I mean, now they have to cross on over.
That's why I just said
this persuasion. We're gonna get you more deals and more this, more that, if you keep persuading them to do this. So a lot of the big YouTube content creators.
Listen, it's a reason they got to 1 million followers. She's not that interesting. She's not that easy to look at, and she's a liar. She's a flat out liar, but she got 1 million people to watch her and feed into that bullshit every day. That tells you something. That tells you everything that you need to know. You could not get an educated person talking about real issues to have 1 million followers, but you can get somebody who went into court and admitted that she is a habitual liar, and she'll have 1 million people follow her. That says everything.
No, we paid for them subs. Somebody else could have paid for them subs. You gotta remember, once you cross over. And them
people got their hands on you now.
Yes.
However you want to say it, them people.
The powers that may be step on in.
You know what they call them?
You see a lot of these influencers, they're starting to pass away now too.
Exactly. That's why they call those people. That's why they call them handlers.
Yeah.
Now think about this too. Who else could get sued for $4 million and still be on social media lying? If they didn't have some people that were in higher places controlling shit. Think about it. It's you're right. It's a machine. Yeah, it's a machine, Shantae. And you got to realize what you're buying into, because you don't just reach 1 million. By the time you reach 1 million followers, the executives of YouTube have reached out to you and said, hey, because now you're monetized. They want to know, they now you got eyes on you. So you either got to play ball or your ass gonna fade away. So the ones who are still here, to me, that says they played ball. The ones who faded away.
And then you have to wonder why, like small people like me and everybody else, we praying every day. Oh Lord, hope you don't take my channel. I hope I don't get it straight. How is their page still up?
How are you admitting that you're lying on people and your page still up there?
And that goes for a lot of, the people who make YouTube money. Y'all got to remember, if you guys send one of them, you know, when you see the $, YouTube takes a percentage of everything.
A good percentage.
Right?
They work for the government.
So if you see a lot of people putting, bam, $100 here, when you see like people like that sending up all that money, YouTube loves the hell out you.
Exactly.
And because you're making them money. Now, Cash Apps is different. Cash Apps goes to the person. So imagine somebody making YouTube a lot of money, and then some of them got 2,000, 3,000 people in their room and better. So now they making money off that too. So they gonna let you slide with some shit. You making them money. Us small YouTubers ain't making them no money. We ain't making them nothing. And we getting 1 cent, they're getting 2 cents. They don't care about taking our pay because they know we can either make another one, and they figure they make another one, they start from zero, they ain't gonna still get far anyway. But the people that's really making the money, baby, they can do stuff.
They can do stuff. They can say shit that Sugar can't say. They can put content on that Sugar can't play, and it's part of the game. That's why I said y'all have to really, really, really pay attention to these people, because think about it. Think about a person who has 1 million subs, and then look at the content, and you tell me, and you can pick at random. Tell me the last content that you saw, heard about from that channel or these huge channels like that you can say, man, that was dope. I remember this build, and it's talking about.
You do a lot of damn hopping, Nicole. You better do that split. You better do that rain split. You better do that split with the rain, girl. But you know, but what we trying to say is it's cult and cult-like behavior everywhere.
They see the game. They see how easy it is. It's so obvious. You don't even have to be good. You are going to get people to follow you no matter what you're talking about, because there are people that are looking to be led. When you play
that's the crazy part.
That's the crazy part, but you have to realize that. That's why when you played that video earlier with Joy,
Kevin,
just jumping.
Can you please repeat yourself again? Because Sat read what Sat said after you already just answered the question.
Okay, Sugar Love. I think people make more money when they show themselves on camera and have a professional looking backdrop, but not everybody wants to go that.
Now, what was that you just said about that lady? You said a lady that everybody was trying. She had 1 million subscribers, and everybody was trying to find out who she was.
Right, and she faded away.
And she didn't have she didn't show up. Everybody don't show themselves on camera.
She never showed her face. Nobody knew.
Topics that like anytime you got topics that's like conquer and divide. They like them type of channels. That's what her whole platform was, talking about celebrity dirt. No, celebrity dirt, you know, that's not hurting the people. But when you got people like the Manosphere, they love the Manosphere because that's conquering, dividing. So and that's content for them. It's content. That's super content for them. It's content for them, but in all reality, you're bringing down your people. That's what they want you to do. So if they see your content and they're like, okay, so that's going to keep the Black people apart. That's going to keep them hating each other. You know, when you got the power to sway people, right? Like, so if you got the power to sway all of these men, right? Loving Black women, man. So we love you. Like, yes, we're gonna heck yeah. Let me say this real quick. Going right along with what you're saying.
These are the top 3 viewed and most popular men on YouTube. Kanye West, Kevin Samuels, and Charleston White. Now, go back to what you said, divide and conquer. That data is not an accident that these 3 men are the men that are the most viewed on YouTube. Listen at what they say. Everything that they say it can be turned into a divide and conquer situation. That's why they love the manosphere. Yeah, they want that because look at the reaction that it gets. Look at the reaction that it gets.
And look at the hate. It's not even the fact, you see so much hate. They have a lot of hate in their heart to the point that it transfers out. It transfers when they cut off the social media. So when they go, they make them have such a hatred for women. It's crazy. And the same thing too for like the pink people.
Yeah.
You know, so now that makes you have so much hatred for men to the point that you're saying don't birth them no more.
That's why I was saying, you look at these 3 people, who easier is it to hate than Kanye, Kevin Samuels, and Charleston White? Look at the shit they don't, it's no nice guy that's going to get 4 million views. But when Kevin Samuel talked the way he talked about women, he's going to get 4 million views. When Kanye spews the shit he spews, he's going to get 4 million views. When you get a black dude like Charleston White to get up there and say, F the Crips, F the Bloods, F this person that just died, them niggas ain't, you niggas, those are the most viewed people. Not these dudes are all mad all the time. All the time. They're not going to have somebody up there who has a pleasant demeanor, who is not talking either way, not trying to cape for the women, not trying to be in the manosphere. Just that person is never going to get 4 million views. The people that got hatred, they're going to put them up there and say, yeah, now what you say about these black women? Yep, they ain't shit. They sitting up there talking, thinking they 7s and 8s. And this is, you right, shock jock. That was a great word. And yeah. Gary, you said, yeah. You said, was that person that had 1 million followers a big YouTube? Yes. That person
still is. Not was.
Thank you. That's after getting sued successfully for $4 million for lying. And admitted that and this person still is one of the biggest black YouTubers out there right now, still today.
And then make her money off Instagram. Now she's on Bigo. Now
of course.
And now when she wants to, she charges for interviews.
She's pimping black people's anger.
And then she has the Boosie K thing where you www.
Listen.
So that and she got the sponsors and
I see
when the powers that be say, hey, we like what you're doing. Many when you see 2 people getting too many opportunities, not an opportunity,
just every opportunity possible.
I mean, too many opportunities.
Too many. Think about it like this. Shantae put in the chat a little bit ago.
We cannot say the name. We're not saying the name at all.
No, Shantae, we can put 2 and 2 together.
Shantae put all the clues that she could.
We're not doing that. We can put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, we can put 2 and 2 together.
But you would not have us on a clip saying we defamed anybody.
Right, because people will try to knock your channel down for simple things like that. So again, this is a big person that'll try to knock a little person off. You got to think about why is that?
James. So we're going to just keep saying Booski.
But what I was...
Booski or Booski?
You're stupid.
What?
Hey, listen though. Think about it like this, man. You know, Shantae said, well, she probably paid for a lot of her subs. But think about it in this terms. Have you ever saw a rapper and they were whack as hell and you knew they were whack, but they had like the number 3, number 2 song, and you were like, how in the hell is this record? It's the same thing. Did they really go platinum? Did a million people really buy this bullshit? Or is that one of those, again, inner industry finesses? Just like over here, we see this person big, she got a couple 100,000, we're gonna boost her up to 500,000. She got 750, we're gonna boost her up to 1 million.
Exactly.
Now
remember,
you got to understand, somebody's watching to see what kind of influence that this person has over those million followers.
Right.
You get it?
Remember, we keep thinking of billionaires, right? We forget about the people where money is like toilet tissue. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So, of course, I can buy 1 million copies of your record to make you think that the people did it.
Thank you.
That's nothing, because what you're going to do for me, I need for you to do these things for me. So people who got trillions of dollars, it's nothing to make an artist platinum. It's nothing. It's like a drop. It's a drop in the thing. And then you keep being a good boy or a good girl, you're going to have all these different endorsements and this and that.
Right. And like you just said, look how many endorsements and sponsorships that's on that channel. And then think about it like this too. They don't care about buying no subs, because guess what? Once they hit 1 million, now they got ad revenue, they've got sponsorships, they got endorsement deals, merchandise. So like Sugar just said a little bit ago, if you making YouTube that kind of motherfucking money, come on, they gonna put a pillow up under your head. Because
even if you didn't, even if you had 500,000 subscribers and you got the people in your chat keep hitting you off in that chat, and YouTube get
think about that.
Of that, I'll buy your bots. Shit.
Exactly.
I'll buy you some bots.
Exactly. That's see, you got to understand the level at which this game is being played.
Voice, daggett. I have what you call nasal problems, darling. I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna scratch you up. She's got Betty Davis eyes. No, I got Betty Davis voice. You hear that?
I was trying to think of who sang that song, but I could hear that little raspy voice saying, "She's got Betty Davis eyes."
I love that song. I used to love that.
That was the shit.
Is that Blondie?
No, that was that was somebody else, but she had a raspy voice. I think
that's my song though. That's my song. But either way, we're gonna let this play a little bit more, because I'm not staying up with you guys all night. I'm not doing it. And I don't want Nicole to be like, it's tomorrow morning and all that other stuff, right? I know I talk a good one. I talk a good one, but this is always that happens. This always happens, right? And Kev say the same thing, and this is what me and Kev do. A few one eternity later, tomorrow for sure. 2000. This is what we always end up with, but we ain't doing that tonight, okay? Oh Jesus. Damn. He said, damn that. I want everybody to worship me, damn it. Black, red, yellow, black, and white. Y'all are not precious in my sight. But at least he served plates. He touched everything. The damn nature boy want to sit down and get served. This God made sure he touched everything, and you saw him pouring people coffee. You seen the man working. Nature boy, your ass. You did your people dirty. You couldn't even serve them a cup of coffee, damn it.
Can I say something real quick? You be catching the best steal shots. Now look at this lady. Tell me this lady don't look like her and her parents used to own slaves. This lady.
That's why I don't like y'all. Nature Boy did not follow. How you know Nature Boy? Nature Boy followed him and some of everybody. Nature Boy followed him and some of everybody. Because remember,
James King.
he called himself God too. He thought he was gonna lead. He thought that he didn't have nothing in his name neither. Remember, the cults all do the same thing. They all do about the same thing. There he go. Let me tell you something. Jump over me again and knock my stuff down. Don't look at me like you didn't do nothing. Now he gonna give me the sad face. I ain't do nothing, Mama. I ain't do it. I ain't do it. You didn't do it? You didn't knock down the stuff? Huh? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Oh, badass.
The dog somewhere hiding. I'm gonna start calling them.
The dog ain't hiding. The dog right here. Like, you got something for me? You got something for me?
I'm gonna start calling them Nateria Solar. Over there tearing up shit with her ass. Sit your ass down, girl.
It's bad when everybody heard it, right? He even called me like, yo, you done knocked the stuff. Everybody heard my stuff said boom. And then y'all be trying to think why I'm yelling. I'm glad y'all heard it this time. Yeah, but her family, they had a plantation. And then all of them celibate, right? Unlike Nature Nut. Now, is that to say that they didn't do anything? We don't know.
Right.
But we do know he did not have, he knew that he was being watched. He knew that they got informants that come in there to infiltrate, right? So we don't know what happened. Like in that other man who they got when he had them boats and when all the cops and stuff went up in there, they didn't even know until they was just getting ready to let him out. And then somebody remembered there's a secret room. That was like a bank vault. They had to get machines and stuff to open up to get to that secret room to see where he was at with them girls. In the LDS or whatever cult that is, but if I'm saying the letters wrong, y'all know what I mean.
FLDS.
What he said, right? So he had us like a bank. Well, it's not a bank, but it was made like a bank. It was special machinery, had to open the door and all the paperwork and all the things they written down. That was like top-notch security. So we're not going to say that he didn't do it, but it wasn't just my wife, this man had wives, and he said he didn't even touch them. That's crazy. See, and not talking about Nature Boy Carbonation gonna be in the movie, because they thinking he the new age cult. No, you's a bum with no respect, and nobody want to see you because we saw you already.
Expression.
The way you said it in the beginning, I hate to keep stopping it, but I have to stop because I have to commentate, because this is a documentary, and I may have to fight this documentary. I don't know. But what I would say is he knew, like how the devil does. They give you stuff, they make you think everything is good, but it's really not. But look at, he still helped a lot of people. I think, like, whatever you said in your first couple of sentences, that like bam, but I wanted them to see it on their own. But when you're hungry and 15 cents get you a big ass plate like that when it usually costs $1, when you can't get your kids' hair cut and it's just a nickel, and so that brought in business. People were fed. This mofo put you on a be sick diet, and everybody looked like daggone, I don't know what they look like, the bones and skeletons and stuff. And he talking about keep the knowledge. But this man knew how to, he knew how to keep it to where, as you know, I'm gonna get my population, I'm gonna make them worship me because they know, because when you feeding and clothing and helping people, of course you're gonna get more followers. Of course everybody gonna love you. Of course everybody gonna say thank you, Father. I'm hungry. You know what I'm saying? Whew.
Yeah, you got to realize when you step into a community and you open up you just look at when they showed that little clip. He had women sewing, he had women baking, cooking. They provided meals, clothes, haircuts, jobs for men. You notice he had the delivery trucks. This is, you know, again, we never forget the fact that, you know, ultimately this was a cult. But the point that I believe that this is making is you see the levels at which these different cults can operate. That's why I always kept telling people, stop saying Nature Boy is smart and he's charismatic. No, he's not. This dude is. This guy right here is. And he was actually doing things and building shit. So the influence that he had, that Nature Boy had, I don't care how, at the height of his popularity, infamy, whatever you want to call it, was nothing compared to this man here, you know. And you got to realize and understand that, you know, when you're feeding people, when you're providing resources in the community, just like he said, $2, what was it, $2 a month for you know, the apartments he you know, let his followers stay. He didn't say y'all all got to stay with me and serve me. He said, I'm gonna give you a place to stay.
And then he knew, I don't know, somewhere down the line I messed up, so I don't know if we passed it or whatever, but I'm gonna find that velvet lookalike. But he knew if something went down, all them people was gonna be behind him because he did something for them, unlike Nature Nut.
And half of his or more of his following was Caucasian. You got to understand the power in that. Remember when they said earlier in the documentary, when they wanted to purchase property, and because they could go out and spend whatever cash, he had his white members purchase those properties.
I mean, a lot of I'm not gonna say cult members, but you could say cult members, but a lot of that was always done. That was all sad, but I mean, you had to do what you had to do, you know, and especially a lot of men, you know, black men to get ahead. You had to, you know, hit that lady up for some good stuff, so you can get that house and the credit and all that other stuff, and you know, sometimes you had to give her a baby, but that was your way of moving ahead. You know.
Did you notice the last dude that was speaking on that clip that had the kufi on and the suit? That was Kenny Gamble.
Yeah.
So now again, now you have a celebrity. They was like, for people who don't know who they were the Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis of the Motown era. They wrote everything for everybody. So now imagine his power and influence. And he said as a kid, his mother took him right around the corner and they got fed. So don't you think that a lot of that money he made probably went to Father Divine?
Because
you get what I'm saying?
Like a mofo. And they was buying the man. See, that's what. And if y'all remember when they got to that house, the big old looking house with the high ceilings.
Yeah.
And they showed the houses adjacent to it. They honestly thought that the people, remember he was like, well, Velvet left right a good enough time, but she ain't know we was gonna do that anyway, but he was lying. And then he wanted to know, this is gonna be out of this is gonna be this. What he thought was that the people were going to send money and pay for that and support that. Right. And he thought that his backers, but y'all may not like young Pharaoh, but young Pharaoh seen it as them backers that he did have, he made sure they found them and ate their ass up.
Yeah.
And then
And see,
that made it bad for any other person who would have backed him financially, knowing that from the way he acts is a cult. Imagine you got your business and stuff, and then your people see this is what you're supporting.
right. And you know what's even what I thought about, think about the time it was, what's even more dangerous about them. Think about as much as Nature Boy and them stayed on social media, begging, I mean, literally begging for donations and money. This man didn't even have the benefit of social media. So think about for the type of money that his organization was bringing in, without social media, without, emails and text messages.
Hold on, Kev. Empress, who are you talking about? Who is the y'all? Who is the y'all? And please, you gotta somebody take that whole sentence out. We cannot have that in the chat, but I can still see it. Please remove that. I don't understand. So you are all praising celebrities who are vaping. Well, where did that come from, Empress? You gotta that you cannot put in the chat. But who is the y'all? Who is y'all?
I'm on two different devices. I can't see it on my phone, but I just read that. You have to clarify yourself because that's crazy for you to say that, because I challenge you to rewind this or go back and watch the replay and find anywhere where we have praised any celebrity for doing something to kids. I don't know what you're talking about, but please don't put crazy shit like that in the chat, because putting that word in the chat might get her channel flagged. You've been over here enough times. So, I'm not sure where that came from, but please refrain from doing that, because that's crazy. That's crazy for you to say that. So I'm not sure. And I can't, like I said, if it's any of the other mods that can erase that. Because I can't see it on my phone, and I can't do it from my computer. So
I can. Hold on. Oh no, YouTube itself.
Okay. Well, I really like for you to clarify. I like for you to clarify that.
YouTube itself took that comment. We didn't have to do it.
Oh, it was in the chat. Okay.
We see it because we're in out. We see everything. So even if they try to erase it or whatever, it doesn't matter. We'll still see it.
Okay.
But the people in the chat may not see it.
Yeah.
Because YouTube can grab. Remember, StreamYard is not YouTube.
Right. Okay. Well, she said she was responding to somebody in the chat. So okay. Well, yeah, because we don't do that. We don't praise anybody who does anything.
Nobody in our chat do neither.
Right, but whatever. I didn't see the chat, so if she was saying she was responding to the chat, so I'm just taking her at what she's saying. But everybody have a right to express their opinion. But let's just be, let's just kind of be respectful in how we, just how we phrase things, because a lot of times when you type, you may not mean something in a certain way. It gets lost in translation. So just so we don't have no misunderstandings, and that's not to censor anybody, because we don't all have to agree. And if you don't agree with me, you have a right to say that and express that, and I'm not going to go crazy on you. And no, I don't do that. I'm just going to try to figure out, hey, okay, what is your understanding?
YouTube, because I'm looking, I can't find it. So YouTube itself flagged that. Flagged that. So.
No, you good, Empress. You good. I just said that because
certain words,
certain words will trigger the algorithm, and they'll just automatically boom.
Right, because I can't find it. So YouTube itself said pull that.
Yeah, you good, family. You good, Empress.
All right, let's carry on with this. Woo.
Yeah, but pay attention though, chat. This is interesting because I want to chop it up with y'all about.
Oh, okay, Empress. That's even better. Thank you, love. No, but I still wouldn't see where it say you deleted it. I don't see it at all. Okay, let's get back to this. And as we were saying, he had plenty of followers because he was taking care of them. He knew if you take care of the people take care of you. Doesn't matter if it's for selfish reasons or not.
Exactly. That's the shrewd part of it. That's why I said it's easy for people to be manipulated. You don't have to be dumb. You don't have to be gullible necessarily. If you like Sugar said, if you hungry and all you know is you was able to walk around the corner and pay 5 cents for not no beans and rice. You saw what he was feeding his people, and he was feeding them, so he looked like a man of the people. So automatically
and serving.
And he's serving them. So you gotta realize you're not, you know, it's easy to say, hey, yeah, I support this guy. He feed the community. My daddy got a job. I can go around and get a haircut. If we ain't got no money, my mama can go around there and get some bread and some groceries, you know? So that's why I said it's deep. And that's why I said really pay attention, because I want to chop it up about a lot of the little details of this. So I'm gonna mute up so we can get back in this video.
Yeah, and somewhere down the line I effed up. I don't know if I fast forwarded, rewind it and stuff. And there's something I should have looked at the numbers, but so some stuff you probably missed a lot of stuff. I'm sorry. Think about it. That's what, even though people was Muslims before, well, not really in America, they took after that too. Cause remember the Muslims, they had their own stores, they own this, they own lands, they own supermarket. So they took a bite out of him too. Everybody took a bite from this man to make themselves look good in people's eyes. You know, how they say you gotta give it, bring ass to get ass, right? In Navy, I had a loan shark. Oh God, James. Oh God, but James, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. King Kev, black people shouldn't be doing this. Yes, they should be doing this today, but we cannot, because even he said the women had to work then. When you telling the women, oh, be feminine, black women is the only set of women you cannot tell to be feminine. Ain't got nothing to do with our attitudes or nothing. We need double income. And that what was understood back then. We the only people, we need double income. We need it then, we need it today.
And what's so crazy, if you look at everything he was doing, all this shit was so positive. If he would have did it the right way, see, that's misusing your superpower. If he would have did, because everything he was doing was exactly what we need to do right now in our community. That's what's crazy. And even with the whole welfare situation, he was like, we paying that back. We not gonna owe nobody nothing. He paid cash for everything. He didn't leave no paper trail. James King just said it. It's like, you know what I mean? He has so many brilliant ideas, and he actually did them. He didn't just have, this dude is on a farm. You seen the pigs, the chickens running around. Who's working on those farms? His followers. And they get everything they want for free. And they have a job, and they have dignity and self-respect, because they don't need to go nowhere to look for a job and beg nobody for a job. A person that looks like them is providing these things. That's why it's blowing me away looking at it like, man, if this dude would have been right, he could have fucked around and been president.
And then you got these man affairs / feminine affairs, right? Who's always saying how stuff was done back in the days. You don't hear this shit. You don't hear how we provided and took care of one another.
He didn't beat nobody. He ain't prostituted nobody.
As we know.
He ain't had to, nobody had to go out and get no loans because he didn't want to owe nobody nothing. Whatever money he brought in, they kept that within, they circulated that. Everything he did was brilliant. He just misused his superpower. I just can't say that enough, man. We can do this and keep in mind, he didn't have the benefit of everything that we have now. He was doing this in the 1940s and 50s, right after the Depression, the Great Depression.
And you know what else too, Cav? He also was showing, I got suitcases of money too. The same way we do they put the phone as, I got suitcases of money too. This is what I'm doing with it. Now look what the people today who got all these monies in this video, suitcases of money, throwing it in the air, putting it to their face as a phone. This man had, the lady said the man had cars and cars of money, suitcases full of money.
He had his feet sitting on about 10 briefcases full of money.
Even he knew I'm straight. I could get whatever I want. I can't take all this money with me.
Exactly.
Even though his heart wasn't in the right place, but I guess his mind was in the right place because he made sure he's like this. And we ain't never. People wonder why we can't get nowhere. Because number one, ain't nobody giving. What they did, they made us selfish.
They did for self. That's Gary Hawkins. Do for self. That's it. You can stop right there. Do for self. Because this man, like I said,
what do for self, what you're saying is far as people. Now, the do for self I'm talking about that messed us up as far as the individual.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, of course. Right. You're exactly right. And another point, just certain things I noticed, like look at Nature Boy followers. They look hungry and raggedy. Look at the men in the background. They at this farm, right? That they own and that they control. And they in suits, hats. Look at them. They don't. You understand what I'm saying? It's a difference. I gotta mute up. My family is crazy. They
right. Well, I just got finished yelling at my dogs and stuff. My cat. Well, it's the cat now. Now he's up here. But I'm saying, look at all these fake people that's out now talking about they going to build communities, and me and Nick still waiting for $1 million and our home and stuff. But these people actually did it. They actually, and this the 30s, 40s, and 50s. These are 30s, 40s, and 50s. But you cannot sit back and wait for people to send you money. No, you have to get out there and get to the people. You have to get to the people. Do not let the social media think that you're getting to the people, but you're not getting to the people because you haven't done nothing for them.
Right. And he ain't big nobody.
Right. The only thing you're going to hear is, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's true. That's all you're going to hear. But you're not going to hear, oh, thank you for feeding me. Or, oh, you know what? I owe that man. He took care of me and my family. Or he made sure my family was good. Or blah, blah, blah. You understand what I'm saying? That's the difference. Not just Nature Boy, but all of them now that you see coming out in these videos and talking about their building. And no, they don't know. To be a people person, you got to be a people person for real.
He was definitely that, because every need that was in the Black community, he filled that need for that community. It is what it is. You can talk all day long. This ego, we went out there for this ego. No, they didn't build a goddamn thing. They didn't grow nothing. They didn't help nobody. They begged for money and then flex with the money that you sent them. This man takes whatever money sent to him, and we don't know how much he used for his personal gain, but we do know, and we can see with our eyes exactly what, because all of that corn he just pulled off that stalk, and them stalks behind him that's taller than them, somebody ate that. Somebody was going to eat them pigs and them chickens and the eggs that those chickens produce. So you saw all the people going into the stores, into the barbershops, he fulfilled a need within the community. And people still can take that lesson right now. And I can't keep emphasizing, this was the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, man. If we can't do it now in 2020 with all the extra benefits and assets that
we got billionaires now.
Right.
And all they do is still want more money from us. I'm like, damn, we ain't got no more money. I'm like, see, when is the people going to say, listen, we ain't got no more money for you? You already got $1 billion. No, we're not buying no more of your goddamn products. And then they always go, I'm trying to feed me and my family. Oh, we got to
right.
You eating like a motherfucker.
Right.
You know, you got, you know, buy this new record, buy this drink, you know, where it's okay. And they claim that, no, all you do is give us a turkey, or you come around on holidays and that's it. No, you need to teach, but you got in so deep with the powers that be, they making sure you ain't gonna do this again. Even though this man is in the wrong.
Right.
He's doing it for selfish purposes, but it's a lesson to be learned too.
Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, they hated him because he was helping Black people at the end of the day. And not only was he helping Black people, he had just as many Caucasian people in his movement, because he was smart enough to understand that just a Black organization couldn't fight racism. But if you had a multi-integrated community that stood together and that wasn't out here, you know, doing shit that, you know, if you look from the outside, you couldn't say anything. These people were self-sustained. They wasn't begging, asking nobody for nothing. Whatever money they did get, nobody was mad about giving it, because other people were benefiting from it. People were benefiting in a real way from it. So like I said,
even though he used a little extortion, but it's okay, because he sent you business.
Yeah.
Even though he said, I want to cut all these people, I want to cut out your money, but they like, well, you sending me business too. And on top of that, because he sent them business, that made the prices go down to where they can serve 15 cents for that big ass plate of food and 5 cents for a haircut.
Right. You know, that's why I said we all have a superpower. If you misuse that superpower, you see how dangerous it can be. But that should motivate you to say, whatever gift I have, whatever I have to offer to other people, let me do that as right and as good as I can, because just like I can misguide and hurt a whole lot of people, I can also benefit and help a whole lot of people if I use my superpower the right way. I'm on mute, y'all.
A celebrity sure enough can help us. They definitely can.
At all. Stop worshiping these celebrities. And I said I was on mute, but I can't stand these celebrities. They worship.
But she's saying they can't. Yes, they can. Now, do they? No, because the powers that be says, no, you cannot help your people. See, certain things, we got to watch what happened. Like when I showed y'all that video, when it was in that church in Tulsa, they got to make sure, okay, certain things, okay, oh, really, we didn't think of this. This would never happen again. Right? So when they see certain things that we did and it worked, they got to now come with a plan to make sure this never happens again.
They can never have another Black Wall Street because they couldn't burn it. They couldn't burn it down like they did Tulsa.
Right. So we would never have that again. We would never have a bunch of kids. So we're going to make sure these kids, we're going to occupy their time with different things to do. We're not going to let them strategize and get over on us again. We thinking the adults is going to come out there. If y'all watch them videos, we thought the goddamn kids came out in 1963. They the ones was in jail. They the ones, people thinking that this happened to grown people. No, this happened to kids. They saw when them kids, Yo, they knew to say a certain word. These are different schools in different areas. They all knew to leave school at this time. They went out there.
Yeah, you broke that whole video down. It was elementary and middle-aged school students who sat in and protested and who were in the restaurants getting beaten and getting hosed
arrested
and the dogs put on them and getting arrested.
To the point they started to look good to get arrested. Remember, they're like, well, make sure my hair done this time. Right?
Their parents was bringing them food down there. They was down there singing. They was kicked. They was like, we finna stand on this. These was the babies.
And then
the older people was too scared to stand up. But you like I said, you got to remember, man, like these people be worshiping these celebrities. That's the last person that's gonna do something for you. I'm not going out and spending money, going to their shows, spending $100, $200 for a concert. You know what I'm gonna take that $100 and $200 do? I'm gonna get that to somebody like you, Sugar, or somebody that's really doing stuff in the community that I know is helping kids, that I know is putting hands on out there. I don't care about no celebrity. I'm not starstruck by no celebrity at all, period. I don't care who it is, because they'll never help us. They can't even speak up. You see what happens when they say the wrong. They got them to where they scared to speak up. You can't talk about certain people. You can't talk about certain topics, or they gonna cancel your ass. They gonna cut the money off. See, they couldn't do that to him. He was disrupting the civil rights march because what could they do to him? They couldn't take nothing from him. He owned all his stuff outright. He didn't have no loans with no banks. He was smart enough to understand the assignment way back then. How come we so slow now? Why are we still so slow?
Yeah, but they find other ways to get you. You know, when they bring them informants in, or they plant stuff for you. But the point is, before they get to do that, they're gonna make sure we don't never do this again.
Of course.
See, but you will never know what we have done until you gotta go backwards. So when a lot of these dumb people start talking about what statistics says, and the women, no, the women and men stood together. They was not at no home being no mamas taking care of no goddamn babies. Okay, only at one point in time when you had a lot of Black men that were going to college and quote unquote joining them Freemasonries, you know, becoming politicians. Now when they became middle class, then their wives didn't have to work. But that wasn't all of us. That was a set group of people. And their wives were so bored, they had to still find things to do while the men out there working and having other women and stuff like that. They still had to find stuff to do. So, but they're not going to show you together how much we accomplished together. And they're not going to tell you that today, that we have to do this together.
No, they won't, because you know what they constantly feed us? All women is gold diggers, they ain't shit, and all men ain't shit, they lazy, they don't take care of their kids, and they don't want to work. And then we sit up and argue about that shit all day. So that's just an easy way of keeping us from not thinking about what we really need to be thinking about. That's how simple a game that they running on us in 2022. I keep saying it again. This man did things for the wrong purposes, but in principle, the things that he did are things that we could do right now, and it would have an immediate effect and change on our community. But for whatever reason, we won't do it. We want to watch the car crash. We want to watch the bullshit. We want to entertain all the foolishness, all the ninja shit. You know, we want to, you know, that's what we've gotten to. We worship people who don't even think about our ass. We worship people that don't even think about us. But people that are really helping us or trying to help us, we find a reason to criticize them and knock them down. So then you got just a bunch of people that, you know, don't care. It's just like, why I'm gonna do something, you know? And that's exactly what they want. You know, that's like I said, that's the lesson I take from this whole video. Like, we already know we know the ABs and all that, right? But what we're breaking down is, let's break down the whole story. What he did, what he was doing, we could use that. What he did it for, we know that was wrong.
Now,
Yeah.
now that other chick who claimed, well, eat the meat and spit out the bones. Now, this was a time where you could say, eat the meat and spit out the bones. For Nature Nut, where we not all we saw was bones. Where was the goddamn meat?
Right.
You want us to eat? And then she even did one today. He getting out, and they still on that poor thing. But tell me, we got to stop doing this and eat the meat. We never seen no goddamn meat. All we seen was bones. So what meat do you want me to eat? Now, at least we could say it's some meat in here.
Yeah. They couldn't sustain themselves and feed themselves like that and provide for themselves like that. They couldn't do it on no level. So right there alone, you know, you have
the tree God and the messenger. I'm like, chick, how old are you? I sometimes, because I know you our age. Are you serious? To know that what we've seen in our lifetime and what we've learned in our lifetime, you stop with them bitches. I'm sorry. Them bitches goddesses and
certainly not goddesses. Somewhere in between bitches and goddesses.
The mother goddesses, and he is the tree god. All this, I'm like, are you serious? This is what people going to look at your videos and see.
Yeah.
You can't be serious. What are we putting in our youth heads? Or whoever is going to watch.
His kids are going to see this. His kids are going to see all this nut ass shit one day. They've seen a lot of it live, you know, because they were actually there. And then that begs the question too. What kind of mother, if you did fuck up and make a mistake before you was Nature Boy, you had a baby by him, okay, boom, you tripped, okay, y'all, a lot of y'all got badass baby daddies. But if your baby daddy turned into Nature Boy, what type of woman would allow her child to be in that type of environment for any amount of time, period, supervised or not? I wouldn't even be there with my child. So to send your child there with Nature Boy, what does that say about? We just gotta look at everything, and we gotta call all the bullshit. I'm not giving no woman no type of slack. I don't care what kind of victim. If you can leave your kids, not because you felt it was the best thing to do and somebody else could provide a better life. You left your child because some Nature Boy told you to leave your child, and you just left your child.
A dead John letter. I
can't never have. No, a lot of them snuck off. Remember, I'll be right back. I'm going to the store. That's how Malia snuck off.
The one that went to get the milk.
I'm not even trying to laugh.
The one who went to.
Aya did that too.
Milk.
Yeah.
Never came back.
Never came. Ain't that crazy? That's like this. This is where we at and we have to talk to people to convince them not to go over there and be a part of that shit. That's crazy. That's how lost our kids are, because we got to convince them, wait a minute, no, this is crazy. They don't know that it's crazy because they have nothing sane to compare it to. Because everybody who's sane, they're lame now.
But when you got church-going people doing videos and using that devil with scripture, with God, we have a problem. See, and then you wonder why. And I said this earlier, a lot of people are leaving the churches because, like, again, they don't understand what's in the book. Because, see, people, that's a whole big old book. People don't take the time to read it, so you can't argue about a book you didn't read. Now, maybe certain things you can say, I agree with, I believe, and I don't believe. You have the right to do that, but you can't throw away the book that you didn't read, okay? You can't do it. It's a lot of good things in there too. It's more good things than bad things.
Right.
Right?
It's the same. It's the same. It's the same thing with that. Like people can say you don't have to be a Christian, but I can't sit here and say being a Christian is a bad thing. But I'm telling you that if you're not out there doing nothing bad, I can't knock you for what you're doing. If you're not doing nothing wrong to people, like I'm not gonna knock that. I got plenty of people to knock that's out there doing the absolute wrong shit, and they know that they are. But the fact is that we have to actually talk to people. I'm sorry, go ahead, Suge.
You gotta give me a second. You know what to do.
Yeah, you're right, Empress. But just for the sake of just speaking, I just said kids. But yeah, I get what you're saying. We say children, shorties, whatever. We don't say
Hold
kids.
up. No. In New York, we don't call our child children. Our child. In New York, we don't call our child or children. That's a lie. We call them whatever we want to call them. Damn it, interesting. We call them a lot of things. I can speak for that one.
Yeah, we call them a lot of things. Yeah.
We call them a lot of things. Little boy, little girl. We got some names to call them.
Hey man, and this is what your kids are exposed to when they're not around you.
Wait, what is a Christian though? We ain't getting all into that, Empress.
Nah, we're not doing that. We're not talking about religion.
For that.
I was just saying that to make the point that about this again, getting back to Father Divine. Like
I'm only making that comment for a particular person that's a content creator, not about religion. But I'm saying she quotes him with the Bible. So I'm saying that.
Yeah.
But we do, but it's not listen. Yes, we do call a damn kid a kid. Yes, we know a kid means a billy goat. We know what the word kid means. But I've been here. I don't know who's older, you or me. But I do know I've been in New York forever. And we call them kid. We call them a child. We call them the youth. We call them other people names.
Right.
We call them other people names. If we remember their names.
Right.
Sometimes we're like, listen, little boy. Listen, little girl. Sometimes we just don't call them nothing. You know what I'm saying? We just be like, We just make a sound. But that depends on the people. You don't call your child a kid. You call them a child. But a lot of people I've been around in these boroughs be like, my kids.
Right.
I've always heard my kids. I don't hear my children.
People say, I don't play about my kids.
How you want to tell me we don't, Empress, when I'm in New York? How can you tell
we're
me?
Not getting into the semantics debate about kids, children. You call them what you want to. Everybody call them whatever they want to. That's the move subject. What's up, Hollywood boss lady?
I'm not debating what she hear, but I know what I hear. And you can't say no when I'm telling you yes. I didn't say you're wrong, but you cannot tell me I'm wrong when I know I was called a kid. I know I've called my kids kids. So I know if it ain't nobody else, I've called my kid a kid. So even if it's one and I'm in New York, that means we do say kids. We don't go we don't go my children, we go my kids. We do. You can pick any word you want to use, damn it. You could pick any one you want to use. You sure you ain't Saturday is not related? Let me go. I'm supposed to be getting up for a second. Hold that down.
All right, what's up, boss lady? You got that Trine internet over there going on? That Trine Wi-Fi? Mine tripping too, but I'm all right now. So anyway, we're gonna hold it down for a little minute till Sugar get back. But This is crazy. That's why you have to talk to your children, your kids, your young ones, because like it blows my mind that we really have to like tell them like, listen, beware of this, because this is crazy. Like you would think they would be able to listen to this and look at this shit and see what people are doing and realize how crazy it is, but a lot of them really don't. Or for whatever reason, you know, they get involved with, you know, different groups and shit, and it's just like the gang thing, you know, they get involved for whatever reason, but you know, we in a time where everybody feel like they gotta belong to something, they gotta be a part of some organization or some group or some, you know, I don't know when, you know, people stop trusting themselves and believe other people more than they believe themselves, but that's kind of where we at right now, and that's why 90% of this shit goes on, you know, because people just, they want to be led by somebody. They want to have a teacher, a guru, a advisor, a life coach, whatever. Everybody feel like they got to have somebody to tell them how to make themselves what they want to be. Only you know that. I don't care how much a person went to school or how much they know. That's why people get involved with different cults and different groups that's in gangs and different, you know, just different organizations. You could be, you know, it could be a group of motherfuckers that's boosting, that's scamming. But you look around and most of these young people, they part of something. And that's why, because they don't, you know, people don't talk to them. They just let them do whatever. So they'll latch on to anything. And this shit is crazy. It should be obvious, but you know, here we are still in 2022 after all the shit people know about Nature Boy. We still out here literally having to warn people not to go over and fuck with Carbonation. Like, that's crazy to me. You still got people, we still telling people, don't send these crazy mentally disturbed ass people your money. They hustling you, they scamming you. But we do. It's crazy. I don't know. But you know, boss lady, let's go to the board. Oh, okay. What? Wait. I was just trying to read the chat a little bit and catch up. But okay, boss lady switching phones. Nick, where you at? Nick been quiet. She might be I think her meds might have kicked in. If your meds ain't kicked in and you ain't in the closet over there in the hospital, Nick, shout us out and let us know you still here with us. Boss lady, what's up? You coming up? Gary, I see you on some seafood. I just had a what do they call it? A seafood boil platter the other day with the crab legs and the shrimp and the little corn on the cobs in there with the little, yeah. I had a whole one of them joints the other day. My cousin, she cooks and she makes those. That's kind of her thing. So, you know, I supported her little business and got one because my niece, she loves seafood. So, yeah, that sounds good though. I might get some seafood tomorrow. There go Nick. Well, you didn't have to say all that, Nick, but okay. Well, you hurry up and get back to the house because ain't no telling what's going on while you away. So hurry up and get back to the house. Because we know you can't talk real crazy in the hospital. You've been kind of, I know you've been, you know, you've been trying to be a little conservative with your speech while you've been, you know, in front of the people. But go and get back home so you can get back to the old. Right. I wish I could start this video back up, but maybe they'll have that technology one day when the co-host is sitting and the host is eating and beating on the cat, that we could just play the video and keep it moving. But until then, we just gonna keep chopping it up. What y'all think though so far, man? What did y'all notice in the video that was crazy? Anything that stood out to y'all that you was like, whoa? It was a gang of stuff for me. So I'm trying to wait to the end. So, because Sugar said I'll be, spoiling stuff, so I don't want to say too much. But did y'all notice? If y'all notice anything crazy, put it in the chat, because it was just hella stuff to me that was wild. I don't know about that whole celibacy thing too. That was kind of wild to me too, because first of all, I'm not.
I go to sleep, Nicole. And I'll be waiting. I can't stand her.
Look, she just popped back in too, because I was talking shit about her, so she just popped out.
You was talking about me too?
Yeah, I was talking shit about Nicole, so she popped out the closet. She got you right when you came back.
She in there doing that split.
Shit.
They don't give her that medicine. I asked her what splits and shit. She got that foot up in the air.
Do they put it in that little hook and hang it from the little thing at night, Nick? I'll let her know. You just show a little face smiling. I want to see how they had you at night.
All right, let me get back to this. All right, here we go, guys.
Yes, they was, Gary Hawkins. Smart and hardworking, which still applies to us today.
Yeah.
If we did that today.
Unlike we don't need a job. Yeah, you do. That's how you progress. That's how
you don't have to depend on nobody else.
And then, I probably, and then with the money thing, I just opened up my damn can, and now I touch this can, it's empty. What happened? Oh well, here we go. Damn it. I wanted y'all to see something.
Father Divine encourages the thrifty. Operative industries, housing.
This thing is all messed up. But what do y'all see? What do you guys see? Well, in case y'all wasn't watching, he's claiming he's God. We don't know what his full intentions are, but he is in front of the line. He's in front of the line. So even though it may be a cult, but if anything goes down, unlike Nature Boy saying, I'm out. Nature Boy quick to leave. This man is a cult and he's in front of the line. He's leading his people. So something goes down, he's in front of the line. Unlike when they crashed, the daggone Nature Boy was out. He's in the front. I got a lazy nurse that doesn't check on me or nothing. My girl, act the fool, girl, act the damn fool, act the fool. If they don't act the fool, tell me to give you some more white cups, damn it. But Cab, you see what I'm saying? You better talk in that thing. Got me reading what you saying.
Me?
Yeah, you.
What I say?
I said, you see the difference is, regardless if it's good intent, bad intent, cult or no cult, he's in front.
Right. Look at the optics. He's leading his people.
Uh-huh.
Who did Nature Boy send when some funk broke out? He always send the guys out. He never was out in front.
Out, and he'll be gone.
Sent him outside the tattoo shop when he thought the dudes was out there. He tried to sneak out the back with them. See what I'm saying?
Nicole said the horse looked like a runaway. God damn.
Yeah.
I can't with her. That's what. But I'm saying though, if you watch them the whole time when he sent them kids, the other cults were there in seclusion. He's not. Even though he's a cult. But the difference is you can't show the good things, even though they're not showing us the negative stuff. We know it's plenty of negative things also. But he did so much good too, unlike the rest of them. Like the rest of them did not feed the community. The rest of them did not build schools. The rest of them did not have places in different states where people was able to flourish. They didn't have farms. So that would make him different from the rest of them. And he was still, what they didn't do neither is he had it to whereas, you know, oh, we can't get your beach. We can't get on your beach. I'll buy that bitch.
Right. I'll buy.
Oh, you can't do this? I'll buy that bitch.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak for Coffee, I think, and what she was saying about the blueprint. Mm-hmm. They took the basic principles, but what they did was they thought they were smarter than him. So they took the good stuff and they tried to finesse that part of it too. And so
couldn't do that right, yeah.
Right. They couldn't do it right. But they did take his blueprint but what they did was they fucked up messed up because yeah, they messed up because they thought they were smart enough to change things and make it work their way. But again, if we just simply take the good things of what he did, we could use those things right now and it would have an immediate effect on our community.
Whereas the rest of the cults, we cannot. We can't use nothing that
they exactly. That's the difference. That's the difference. And you know,
and you wasn't hearing nothing about, oh, don't point the finger. No, they like, goddamn, we all gonna point the finger. This is what these people is doing to us.
Yeah.
And even though he denounced his Babylon name, he didn't denounce his mama. He just thought that he was God and think, listen, my name is Divine. Just like you got the 5%ers or whatever who done the same thing, who also goes by the name of Divine. They didn't denounce their mother. They didn't denounce their family for what I see. They just denounced the name.
I look at it like this. If you call yourself God, God didn't have an earthly mother and father. So you kind of are denouncing your parents, because if you're God, then you're saying you don't really have parents. You're God incarnate in the flesh.
He did he did say that.
Yeah, if you're God, you see what I'm saying? You're God in the flesh, then. Yeah, but you know, yeah, we. Go ahead, sis.
At least we could say, well, damn, we was a community. Yeah, we had, you know, Caucasians following us, and it wasn't, you know, it was about, and then that's why he knew that he had to get them in. I think you mentioned that, just to get as far as he did.
Exactly.
The piles of money that man was, to the point, okay, really? I'll buy, not deny you, this man don't have no money, quote unquote, but I'll buy this, I'll buy that, I'll buy what, your beach. So a lot of things that we could not have done. Oh, that house next to the president, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we can't live there next to the president, I'll take it. Oh, we can't have them houses in Harlem. Matter of fact, I'll take the whole block. How about that?
Yeah, that's and that's how you flex your power. You don't have to go shoot nothing up. You ain't finna take nothing. I don't care how gangster you are. That man realized that racism was his biggest obstacle at that period of time. Again,
and education. He believed in education because he made sure all the women there were educated.
Right. It was no people, and that's another thing. Look at all the people that Nature Boy took. He said he took all of the, you know, bottom of the barrel of society, right? He wanted people like that didn't have nothing else to look, you know, to look forward to. Unlike him, he took people that were in the community who simply needed help, and he helped those people. And when he helped those people, they were able to help themselves. And when they were able to help themselves, they poured right back into what helped them. And so that's why they were able to amass so much money. And like you said, you ain't got to argue with nobody. Oh, you don't want me living in Tribeca? Well, I'll buy the building. But you got these dudes that's flexing about how much money they got. All the J's and the Yays talking about they billionaires. Okay, then buy the block, buy the building, buy the wherever we can't get access to, buy the country club, buy, you know, and that's how you flex your muscle. And then you take that property and you can do anything with that property you want to. It's not about having a country club. You can tear the country club down and build a eco farm. You could just build a farm, period. You know what I'm saying? And you know, people, we gotta understand. You know, my brother just bought a farm about 4 years ago, and it's a working farm, animals and everything on it. And I was like, man, why'd you buy a farm? And he was like, listen, if push come to shove, I can grow what I need to eat. And I can sustain myself because I own that property. I own that land. Anything that they want to do, they're going to have to buy me out. I said, wow, you know what? Good. And again, I didn't even think about the practical aspect. He said, man, when I go down there, I get all my eggs fresh from my chickens. And he said, he don't like slaughter his animals, but his neighbor does. So he buys meat from his neighbor. He doesn't have to go to the...
If I had a farm, I'd be a vegetarian.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he eats meat, so you know.
I eat meat too, but if I had a farm,
you could, because you could afford to be, because you can grow, and that was the beauty of it. And that's why
I'd be friends with all the animals. I can't be friends with you today and eating you tomorrow. I couldn't do it.
Right, that's why my brother doesn't slaughter his animals.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't even see your animal, but like, hey, he's so cute. The next minute he's on my face. I couldn't do it. If I was in farming, I would be a straight up veggie.
Yeah.
Now I want to say to my vegetarians though, I'm very disappointed in you because every time Christmas come around, I'm very disappointed because we do know that trees supplies oxygen, right? And y'all let them cut all these damn trees just to cut down all our trees that we need. You're cutting down our trees that supply oxygen and all these other things to sit in somebody's house and then to burn it up later. Terrible. But go ahead. Right. I digress.
Nah, but and just to finish that up, my brother knows absolutely nothing about farming. But what he did when he bought the property, the people who ran the farm and took care of the animals, he kept them on as staff. And, you know, so he actually not only makes money from the property, because like I said, it's a working farm. And so they sell like wheat, they sell corn, you know, a lot of the vegetables, you know, so.
And that's one of the best investments in land, because even though it's a farm, it's still land. And
right.
That is, like you said, you could do whatever you want to do.
And he doesn't have to do any work.
And we're not even pushing our youth to get land. Because see, I'm trying to tell people that's in New York. New York wasn't meant for us to be here anyway. New York was meant for us to work here. But that now, if you come to New York, they're literally pricing us out.
Yeah. With the gentrification, they pricing everybody out.
It's the way it's supposed to be. A bunch of big, tall buildings for rich people. And if you, even all the terrible, even though still a lot of stuff that's happening, but when people come, they're not scared of it no more. They don't, you know what I'm saying? Because when New York, remember, we was all down south. That's why I tell people all the time, we all started from the south. And then we started migrating different places, right? So when we got over here, because it was for the work and they knew they wanted these high-rising buildings, so it was a work for us. But they thought that we was going to go on back to the south, but we stayed here. And then people started escaping here because they started escaping here because it was, you want to keep coming from down south to get us. So this was a place for a lot of black people to escape and find land and live. But they was, as you see, they still was hanging you and stuff like that. But it was still a better opportunity. But New York was never meant for us. But everybody's here, so they cannot kick us out, but they could price you out.
Yeah, and that's one thing. That's one thing they can't do when you own land, because if they
but you can't do that in New York. See that?
No. I'm just saying. Other places, but
See,
and another important thing to take from that blueprint, you got to remember. Yeah, there were some followers who had money. He had some big people who funded the movement, but you got to remember he was feeding people. So most of the people that were members of his congregation, these were middle class and poor people. So if those people can amass the type of wealth that they amassed, that's just telling me that we don't need a bunch of millionaires to give us money to do anything. He took a bunch of poor people, he fed them, he had middle class people.
And they said every day around the clock.
Yeah, around 24, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You could come in there in between those. Whenever you were hungry, you could come there and eat. So the point being is,
the Empress wants to know. Empress,
and that's one thing.
Empress wants to know why you doing that.
I can,
because if they
believe it, they use that in New York. See that?
No. I'm just saying.
Oh, I got this little cold going on here. I know y'all saying God bless you. I just didn't hear. I can hear you, but sorry, Kat.
Empress wants to know why you doing this.
No, boss lady, I can see. Now I don't know what Kevin was saying. He was hitting a good point there.
No, I was just saying about. We always say, like, I hear people say all the time, well, Bill Cosby, he had all this money, Oprah, why these people ain't put their money together? We don't need billionaires and celebrities to give us shit. The people, look at the kind of wealth that these people amassed in their organization. And these were poor people that he was feeding. And those
now,
people,
the only people, I'm sorry, I'm blowing my nose, but the only people that who tried to duplicate it a little bit, but they hurry up and infiltrated it, was the Black Panthers when they came up with the WIC program, and then they was feeding the kids before they went to school and stuff like that, and then they infiltrated it really quick, because that's the only people who took a little that I can see. It could be more, I don't know. It could have been a lot of things that, because it wasn't televised, because it wasn't big, we may not know about it, but they probably was doing a lot too. But I'm saying the Black Panthers probably would have been the only ones that was feeding, people of, feeding people that was hungry too, and trying to do maybe a little bit of what he have done. Because we wouldn't have WIC without the Black Panthers.
Right. I'm just saying again, I'll make the point. He took regular people, and because they pooled their money and their resources together, look at the money they amassed, and they were able to buy property, cash money. The lady said everything was cash. So if you could take a bunch of poor and middle class people and get them together and then amass that kind of money to where you could make those type of moves, I'm just saying we could do that. Let's stop waiting on Oprah and all these other people who is never gonna, fund no movement for Black people or open no school or none of that. We could do all the things. These people were doing this in the 1940s. I just can't say that enough. They was doing that in the 1930s. 30s, and there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to do it now. That's all I'm saying. I'm on mute.
But we're not going to do it now because they're pushing that separation agenda. So now, being that you talk about women so much, we're not going to be and we're not going to do them soup kitchens no more. Because now you're talking about us, you're disrespecting us, you don't want us, you could do better without us. So now the kids now suffer because now we're not going to get together and do a soup kitchen and feed the kids. And not people still do it, but you know what I mean, the way it was done back then, like how you saw the man was even when I showed previous videos, and they saying how a lot of these inventions that was what came up, how to can food, how to preserve food, that was all women. That was all women.
Facts.
You know, keep it in a can and keep this in the dark, keep this in the cold. You know, that was trial and that was women in the kitchen. That was trial and error. You know, okay, so I kept it like this. I see this one spoil. Okay, so let me keep it like, okay, now it didn't spoil you. That was all women. So, you know, we had a way of working together. We was not stuck in no house just watching no damn kids. And they had jobs for the kids too. Everybody worked, goddammit. Soon as you came out the JJ, you had a job, damn it. You had a job.
Yeah,
I'm joking though, but you know.
No, but yeah, if we work together, these people showed us if we work together, we can amass our own money. We can buy what we want to buy. We could control our own destiny to a certain extent because financial leverage. You even notice he got into politics. You had national politicians that was saying instead of FDR's New Deal, they were supporting his idea when he said anybody that wanted to join his organization, if they had got any type of social assistance, welfare, food stamps, you had to pay it back in full before you could be a member of his organization. They supported that. This is how you gain real power because, you know, even if you're black, you'll have white politicians supporting that if you tell them, hey, we have an organization and we're empowering ourselves and we don't want to be indebted to nobody. So we're going to pay back. All the members of our organization are going to pay back.
The government back their money.
They'll love that. That who's going to be mad at that? Who's going to disagree with that? Yeah. I'm just saying, take the lessons that we could use from this. That's why I was telling people pay attention because
I'm finding y'all some good stuff, right?
Yeah. It's a lot of stuff that, again, in principle, we could use today if we use it the right way and we apply it the way that he applied it in action. He took that money and he made things happen. He built things. He bought things. They became self-sustained. They had their own plane. Like you said, he had a car special. They only built 2 cars and he had one of them special made. And again, this was back still during Jim Crow. Black people couldn't vote. He got his people going there. They were using their names when they changed their names and to Faith, Love, and all this, and they didn't want them to vote. He sued the United States government and won. And they got to vote using their changed names. These were things he was doing in the 1930s and 40s. We in 2020. We should be ashamed of ourselves. We should be ashamed of ourselves how we are and how weak we are and how we don't stick together. This shows you if you stick together and you do it the right way, because again, we understand what ultimately this is a cult. But when we take the principles of the business ideas and the community ideas, those are things that we could use right now, today. And I don't know why we won't. All right, well, I'm gonna keep running my mouth. I should have loved eating, but I don't want to keep, repeating myself. But I mean, again, I look at things from a different perspective. Like I said, I'm already smart enough to know what a code is and what manipulation is. And to me, I'm looking at the other things, the details, the moves he made, how he was able to put himself in position to do certain things that was unheard of. Nobody else was doing these things. He was married to a white woman in 1942. He took on the United States government and won multiple times in the 1940s. He amassed so much wealth, they had no idea how much money he had amassed within his own organization. Like I said, this is not on the internet, on social media platforms begging for donations. People were supporting him because they actually saw what he was doing. They wasn't watching no videos. They knew that you could get money.
I'm not working. I deserve this. See,
Yeah.
they had to go fight and work for what they deserved.
Yeah.
They had to go, and people figuring, oh, we ain't gotta do that no more. It's never gonna be a time when you can't, you're not supposed to do it.
What world do you live in? What
It's
dimension
never.
do you live in that you think you're not gonna be able to work? That's like saying that's crazy. That's crazy. So here's a person who's a young person, and for her whole life, she felt like she's never gonna work because she deserves to be taken care of. That's crazy.
And that goes for any one of them. That goes for
All of them.
anyone or anybody who think, no, baby, hey, Angel, there's going to be nowhere and no time on this earth where you're not supposed to work for what you want. Because then you're going to accept what people give you. And then that leaves you under their mercy. So anything you want, I don't care. They wanted to vote. They had to stand on that damn line, even though they used fake names. I knew his name was fake when he said his name. But, he had every right to change his name. But they fought for it.
Yeah.
Anything you want, you have to fight for it. You can't just be sitting up there.
And they did. And did. And they did it the right way. They went to court. They had good lawyers. And they won. And again, they won the right to vote before Black people had really won the right to vote.
And the women were voting too.
And women were voting before women could vote.
To show you, which is not talked about, men had the women back, the women had their back, because they both put and I don't know now. What we don't know is what type of election it was. What we don't know, but it could have been.
It don't matter. He was breaking ground because Black people wasn't voting then.
Well,
period.
Exactly. I was going to say that, but Kevin said it better. But so at least we knew what it felt like. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Before the whole entire country, when it got down to the whole entire, whoever was voting with the Father, Divine, they was doing it. Everything that we fought for, they did. Father Divine did it with them. So,
yeah, they did it. And they did it big. They didn't do no rude. They was buying shit. They was acquiring property, land, farms, stores, shops, businesses. They was doing all of it. Bought a hotel, bought a resort, a beachfront resort, bought the whole building.
I know, like, oh, we can't get on your beach. Okay.
And this how cold they was, right? Because now you can't tell them don't come on the beach because they own the property that the beach sits on. And not only that, I don't know how many people caught that. Even the United States military did not want them to purchase that property. But when they did, what he did is turned around and said, "Guess what? When the Navy guys come into port, they can use this for housing, and all you have to pay me is $1 a year." That goes to show you how much he didn't even need the money. I can't even imagine how much money he paid for that whole entire hotel, because you saw how tall it was. It was that wasn't no little, one level of Motel 8.
And this is what makes me not support our athletes, much as y'all like them, because what y'all so quick to say, and I have to say it. Oh, well, this is the first Black man to get on the team. No, we had our own. We had no business being the first on nothing. We had our own. We had our own basketball team, our own
baseball league.
We had all our own stuff. They couldn't have made They needed our jumpers. We didn't need their jumpers. They needed our dunks. We didn't need their dunks. They needed
wasn't dunking.
our home runs and our strength.
Right.
We didn't need theirs.
They needed our boxes. We didn't need theirs.
So they knew for a fact that, you know how, we just extra, that God made us, gave us something extra. So they know with all the fancy things that we was doing on the court and stuff, people was paying to see that. So they figured, well, let's let them come on over here so we can get that money. So again, if we don't go backwards to say, hey, we should never. So we so happy that this person, well, the first black man, we so happy, but we didn't realize you enslaved yourself. You have now enslaved yourself. So now you can't say what you want to say.
Right.
That's why. And then they said, but that's because y'all wanted to join the NBA. Now the ABA, it was still mixed. Well, we still had our own, but
it was predominantly black though.
Right, exactly. And then that was mainly, the ABA was mainly the people that was really coming from the street, like from
and they were the stars
and stuff like that. So these are the people that we saw in the street, and now they went on to the Rockets.
Yeah, you got to remember too, the NBA absorbed the ABA because all the stars of the day they got from the ABA. Dr. J, Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, all of the guys, Earl the Pearl, all of the guys that was the stars when the NBA first flourished, they got from the ABA, which was a predominantly black league because they weren't allowing a lot of blacks in the NBA at that time.
And then what made it bad, because Will Chamberlain too, but what made it bad was a lot of these people, these NBA players, they really think they better than them. No, you're not, because a lot of their stuff was not transferred over when it came to the NBA. So you may think that you are the top shooter. Okay, let's just use Dr. J. But you know how many shots he did on the ABA that wasn't televised?
That never got counted. Right.
And a lot of it disappeared.
It's just like the all-time single season home run record and the career. All of those records that are in Major League Baseball, all of those records are not even records in the old Negro League, because you have guys that have hundreds of more home runs than Babe Ruth and all those other guys in Major League Baseball. But again, they found a way to keep us out of things at that time. Now, at that time, they were doing all this stuff. Jackie Robinson broke into the majors in, I think,
messed us up.
1942. But again, this is when he was doing all this stuff. This guy, Father Divine, was doing all this stuff at the height of segregation. So you got to remember, if you can do that kind of stuff, then we should be able to do it now. I just keep going back to that point because I can't understand how we've been stagnant for the last 80 years.
And then we talking about the bag, and I'm like, this man had the bag too.
He had the bag then.
Man was sitting.
Your bag ain't shit.
When the man was sitting down and he had the foot on top of the suitcase.
Your bag ain't shit. He got the bag. He got the bag.
I'll buy a hotel. He didn't have to go through the corporate. I want this.
Now that's a gangster to me. A gangster ain't nobody who can beat people up in the streets. A gangster is saying, "Oh, you don't want me to stay at this hotel? Okay, cool. I'll buy it." Now you might not be, but I'm gonna let you stay here though, even though you wouldn't let me stay here when you owned it. But now I own it, so I could do whatever I want to do. That's gangster. That's a flex. That's how you come up. That's how you put people in position. Because guess who worked in that hotel, in that resort that he bought? All the black people and white people who are members of his congregation. Who worked on that farm? Who raised that cattle? And who
And it's sad that this a cult, man. But unlike Messy Nation, they can't put a video together like this because everything he did was shit.
Exactly. They can't show a positive video of all the community work, the people he's helped, the things he's built, the contacts he's made with politicians, high level people, and things he was doing. And he can't put nothing like that together because he never did any of those things ever. Not even close to that. That wasn't even his mission. His mission was to get as many downtrodden women as he could over there to serve him and make him feel like a king, because he's a insecure little boy with a whole lot of issues and a whole lot of sexual deviancy and a whole lot of mental issues. He is, I don't even call him a cult leader. Those people, you can get any group of ragtag people and get them to say whatever if you feeding them and housing them. That's not even you housing them off other people's money. Like I said, they couldn't even pool their own resources like these people did and sustain themselves. And not only sustain themselves, be financially in a position that you wield power politically in the community. Like when they tried to lock them up, you know, came out and protested.
I gotta find that part. I'm gonna show you that velvet look like. And the only thing I like about this guy, sorry Lord, but it's the fact that regardless of what, he was in the front of the line. Unlike Nature Boy, I'm outie.
Right.
I'm outie. That man wasn't worrying about going to jail because he knew he had money.
Right.
He knew he had some damn good lawyers. It was like, I'm out. I'm smarter than everybody. You ain't nowhere near smart as that man. You smarter than everybody who.
All the knuckleheads he got over there, he's smarter than them.
At this time, these people have 3rd to 4th grade education.
Right. That's why I said we're pitiful if these people, like I said, you got to remember, a lot of these people didn't even have high school educations. This is the 1930s and 40s. This was a bad time for Black people in this country. It's always been a bad time, but this was a real bad time for Black people. Even after slavery, we right in the middle of Jim Crow. We right in the middle of segregation. This is even before segregation. We're in the middle of Jim Crow. Jim Crow was 3 times as bad as segregation.
And I did the thing on Jim Crow too. I'm gonna have to redo that over, but that would be on the other channel. But I'm just showing Empress, if you don't explain that, I'm gonna have to see you good night.
Hey, listen, we're not even gonna entertain that. Listen, this is America. This is a free country. If you disagree and you
no, she just needs to explain that.
Well, it's really no explaining.
If I'm lying, then you have to come with the truth.
Well, I'm through rapping at this point. You kind of drew a line in the sand with me because you've made several questionable comments, and we're not gonna make this about you and your comments. You can feel how
I'm gonna drop this link, and then I might I like to shut shit straight before I know how hot my temperature gonna be.
Yeah.
Before I know my degrees.
I'm a very humble person, but you're not gonna keep playing.
See, the thing is, they don't know we do this, Kev, and we bring receipts. They haven't watched my other videos where the receipt. The link is dropped.
The link is dropped.
Let's go.
Because you can't call people no lie, and you can't explain your way out of that. You said lying to subscribers, so
no, you ain't silenced. There go the link. Let's go.
You ain't silenced. The link is right there. I can't silence you. This is Tony's channel. She dropped the link and told you to come up. I'm gonna mute up, matter of fact, because I told you I'm through rapping with you. I'm gonna mute up.
I'm gonna mute up too. You ain't made nobody silence you. Let's go. Click the link. Let's go. You say somebody lying. We don't lie to no. Hit that link.
And matter of fact, you put in the comments, drop the link. So the link is dropped. Let's have like I said, I'm gonna mute up. I'm not gonna say nothing. I know what it is. I'm grown.
You wrote it in different ways. I understood every which way you read it. Let me go. Let's go. Let's go. The floor is yours.
I don't think she gonna hit the link. It ain't take you that long to type, so it shouldn't have took you that long to hit the link either. But if you gonna say shit like that, because now I feel away. Don't accuse me, Tony, or nobody else up here of lying, because that's one thing we don't do is lie. And you can't explain that shit away because you meant it what you said. Why are you lying to subscribers? There's no other way to put that. I don't know if you're trying to make this show about you. We've addressed that shit. We showed you grace earlier and said, speak your mind, but please be respectful. And then you still come on here playing these silly ass games. I don't appreciate that because I'm grown and we got other shit to talk about. If you don't like the content, go somewhere else. If you got something to say, come up and say it because nobody's silencing you. Stop playing.
Just come and correct me. I ain't got too much on them sentences. Come and correct me. That's it. They go to the link. Come correct me. I'm getting. No, Nicole. We ain't getting no popcorn. We got the pumpkin seeds. Damn it. We got the pumpkin seeds. Get my damn nuts.
And I'm rolling Zaza, so you already know what type of time I'm on. I'm gonna be on mute. Like I said, I really want you to explain that shit. Don't call nobody no lie without no facts. That's you out of pocket now. You know, all of a sudden you stop commenting. You've been silenced. Why wasn't you silenced when we told you earlier to be respectful with what you say? But now all of a sudden you say drop the link.
We don't silence nobody.
She said, drop the link. The very next comment under drop the link that she put, you drop the link. Then the next comment was, I've been silenced through King Kev. How is King Kev gonna silence you? I can't silence anybody, man. Please come up. You addressing Sugar because you called her a lie. If you called me a lie, then you can address that. But other than that, I'm gonna be on mute, so you don't have no excuse except you trolling. Like I said, I don't play like that. We talking about important shit up here. We ain't got time to be playing, making you the subject of the conversation and all this silly ass shit. It's silly. You made several comments after we corrected you an hour and a half ago.
You ain't gotta explain yourself.
No, I'm not explaining. I'm just letting her know what the temperature is.
She said, click the link.
Yeah, you said what you said. You asked for the link to be dropped.
It's dropped.
It ain't take you that long to type no comment. I'm on mute. I'm on Zaza time right now.
And then people think they could put stuff in the chat and delete it, not knowing we can see it. I'm gonna get back to my show because this is ridiculous. But
Yeah, please take that silly shit somewhere else because I get
Where'd she
annoyed
go?
real quick. I'm old. I get annoyed quick as hell.
You don't want
Especially
no
with silly
smoke,
shit.
no smoke, no
And then people
smoke.
think they can put stuff in the chat and delete it, not knowing we can see it.
Yeah. Don't call nobody no lie. I tell you what I tell you what I feel. And I'm gonna tell you the whole TR root. And I bet you, and you can take it however you want to. But we don't lie over here. All we do is we report on current events and we give our commentary and we ask everybody's opinion about it as well. And we engage in a dialogue. We're not gonna sit here and keep addressing silly ass people that's trolling, want to be the topic of conversation and want us to stop in a good build to address some silly shit that you talking about. You know, and it wasn't no accident. We gave you that the first 2 times. Stop
a couple of times.
That's why I said the first 2 times. Stop playing with us. We grown over here. There's plenty of places you can go do that shit. We don't do that over here. But back to regularly scheduled programming.
Now hold on.
I'm going on break too. I'm on Zaza time. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm on break.
That's a shame. I'm not even a moderator. I had to make myself a moderator. Now,
Coffee always miss the bullshit. Coffee, you got to stay tuned in. Put them earbuds in so when you walk away from that computer, you don't miss it because you always miss the bullshit. Nah, we keep it light over here. We have a good time, so it's all good because we don't dwell on shit. We just address it and we move on because we got a job to do.
Conversation and want us to stop in a good build
well, I
to
say we
address
gotta
the silly
do
shit that
something.
you talking about. You know, and it wasn't no accident. We gave you that the first 2 times.
A couple of times.
That's why I said the first 2 times.
Okay, so now there's no smoke. There's no smoke. So let's get back. Her sat must be related. And then you're gonna make me giggle on you. I don't want, girl, you're gonna make me giggle on you.
Hey man.
And laugh at the same time.
Right.
So don't make us do it. Nicole, everybody coming out the closet now, girl. We're trying to save you. No, well, my thing is, I'm giving you a chance to come explain yourself. Maybe something, if you feel that is wrong, then be woman enough to come up here. We don't attack people when they come on a panel. Because we want to hear you out so we can go, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. You know, that can be. Don't be scared. Don't be scared to come on a panel. If you know you're absolutely right, we're not going to attack you. We ain't going to do nothing. It's freedom of speech. Come on up and say what you got to say. Don't disappear. Because I dropped that. When somebody say, I do it real quick. When you
dropped it like it was hot.
When you call me a liar,
like it was piping hot
and stuff, that's real hot. Then I know what degrees I'm going to be. I might be 0, or I might be 100. That's up to you. I know what degrees I'm going to be. All right, let's continue with this. And like we said, we was talking good about Black people, so maybe that was the problem, Kev. There is not going to be a man that has that much power and money and don't have itches, don't have women. It doesn't go in the same sentence. I don't care how righteous you are. You got the most beat down churches that you can have, but being that they think the preacher or the pastor has power, he got his little flings. So you can always expect this to happen. Don't flee, Empress. Come on up. Talk to us.
She's not coming up here. We're not finna waste no time.
Come and talk to us. Don't flee. Come on up. Talk to us. What's on your mind? Come on. Come on. But what I'm saying is, you know for a fact that that happened when Martin Luther King, that happened with every single body. Money brings you mistresses. It brings you the JJ.
Itches, like you said.
It comes from the territory. Shit, I'm rich. I got suitcases of money. Shit. We could be sister wives. So the women's gonna flock. You know? Now,
it's a common thing of the cult leaders. They always use the polygamy, multiple wives thing, because most of the time it's men that never could get women. And so when they get in that position, that's why they always are sex crazed, and they sleeping with their parishioners and sleeping with their students and their followers and all that kind of that's why that happens. It's so common that it's not even uncommon anymore, you know.
But that's gonna be with any rich man. So we can't say, well, that's rich. That's what rich men. I don't care what color you are. That's what rich men do. They don't buy cars for themselves. They don't buy flashy cars for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They don't buy flashy cars just to show off to their homies. They
Right.
buy flashy cars to attract women. They buy fancy suits to attract women.
Facts.
Now, the other part, talking about the how they did the kids, but where did these kids come from? Because they all supposed to be celibate, unless these people left their families and came with their kids. So remember, we are still talking about a cult here, but we can't. We're breaking it down in this video or this documentary. Is breaking down all the things he have done.
Yeah, and see the thing, I don't know if everybody caught it, but just a little while ago, the Caucasian lady said the biggest downfall of them is they were taught that they would live forever, so there was no need to create other people. So that once they got old,
Right.
that same thing with Nature Boy. If he was the only one that was going to produce children in that tribe, how long do you think that was going to go on anyway? Even if he hadn't got locked up, some people are so, like I said, they're so dumb that they don't even think long term. That's how, like I said, that's how low level of a cult leader he was. First of all, you got all women of childbearing ages. Their wombs are so diseased and damaged that they can't bear children. The ones that already have children, they left them. So where's the next generation? But he wasn't thinking about that, because he's the type of dude that he know he's not going to live to be an old age and just, pass away at old age, because he know how he's living and he know what he's done and he know what he's got. So he's just living for the moment. But these people were not smart enough to realize that. I could see, again, we're still talking about a cult with these people. Even though he did a lot of good things, it was still a cult, because at the end of the day, they both did the same thing in a way where they were cut off from their families. So really, after they got old, that was it. So
look at them still there. They look at them still there now. What?
40, 50 years after he died, they're still there. That's Aya. That's Fufu. That's Malia. That's Malia right there on the screen. That's Malia. Don't she look? That's Mariah. If she lived that long, that's her. That's her right there. Zoka, the other one. Fufu, the other. Yeah.
Is the Caucasian one. But
right, the mixed one, yeah. That's why I said you can look at. That's why I said some of these people, they're never going to change. They're never going to leave that cult mentality. Even if they're not with Nature Boy, they're still in a cult, because that is their mentality, and they're going to attach themselves to another group of people who still, just like Joy, she's you know, these people never, some people never leave. They like that. That's what they believe they're here for. So they don't think that they need to change or do something else. That's why I try to tell people, quit trying to save people who don't need to be saved.
But a lot of them too, they've been under a group for so long, they don't understand individualized thinking. They only understand group thinking.
Right.
See, when you've been indoctrinated so much and repetition, you do it in so much repetition. I have to go to another cult because I cannot think for myself.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Or, like Joy said today, like nobody understands me. Nobody could go deep. And no, we could go real damn deep. We just not interested in what you're interested in.
Right. Like I tell people, I tell people all the time, like they say, oh, when Velvet left or when Neytiri left, they never left. Because you remember when she left Carbonation, she went right to Crown Melanin, to Zay and his little cult. And then just like Neytiri, when she left, she went to Prince York, she went to the Nuwapi, and she went to another cult, and then she came back, and then these people never leave cults. When the guys left, they all went down there with Mente and Gaga Gugu, who are all attached to the cult. So these people never left. They never left. They just had to disband.
They can't.
They can't. That's who just like this lady. She can't leave. Look how old she is. She's an old ass fool. She done spent her whole entire life.
I call her fool, but she's been programmed.
But I can understand. I can. That's the point I was gonna say. I can even understand them falling for the okie doke because he was actually doing certain things. So I could even understand them falling for the okie doke more. But when you look at Nature Nut, you thinking, wait a minute, what is it that they were getting brainwashed into? None of that shit look good to me. Oh, we live in the tropics. No, you ain't. Y'all couldn't. You couldn't. It's just it's crazy to me. Like I said, I don't know what people were so in love with, what idea they were so in love with. I could see these people saying, listen, I don't have that much going. This dude is helping us out. He done got this farm. I got a job on this farm. Now I can make my own money. I ain't got to go work for these white folks. I ain't got to, I got a little dignity and self-respect. I eat good. I'm treated, So I could understand them falling for the okie doke. But when you look at a Young Pharaoh, or you look at a Nature Boy, or you look at some of these other clowns, you like, what is it that people are falling for? I'm not getting it.
Because they don't know their history. And then you also heard them say, they didn't show attention to the kids, but they said, but the kids lived well and ate well. They never said the kids got beaten or whatever. They just wasn't able to show emotion.
Yeah, and did you hear the part when she said husband and wives that came, they lived as brother and sister, and their children lived,
Because they celibate.
Yeah, they lived as brother. You get that. Like I said, you can never overlook the cult aspects of this whole thing. They did good, but this is still a cult. This is a fucking cult.
Sat, there is no proof that Nature Boy was getting checks from the barbershop. Remember, nothing that Nature Boy said is to be true until when they asked for a character witness, why wasn't a witness? A witness should have said, he owned this spot and we still pay him. And he made sure that we're able to use the spot at use. See, so we can't say he was getting, Nature Boy said that. Nobody else said that. Not one person came from that barbershop. At least with this guy, people could say, hey, I ate, and then he only had a certain amount of people in the house. But look at all the amount of people that wasn't in the house that he helped. So he may have been a cult, but he still helped so many others, like physically. And it doesn't take away may have been a cult, but he wasn't hiding, because when we're speaking upon racial stuff. That man was in the front of the line. Unlike Nature Nut hiding, and every time something take place, he's out to make it seem like he wasn't there. He's in the front. When you're dealing with the racial people, like you said, the Jim Crow era and all of that other stuff, he could have been another one on that tree. If they wanted him on that tree, he could have been on that tree, right? They are actual deviants. That's why they were so attracted to MB. They also said MB forbid the men. Well, he didn't really forbid them from having it. It's just when he wanted them to have it. When he wanted them to when he didn't want the women no more, and they got passed to them. So they wasn't practicing celibacy. The point was he wanted all the women for himself. That's a difference.
Think about the mind fuck too, for a man to tell another man when he can be sexually pleasured and with who and when, and then at his discretion, if he decides, he'll take her back from him. Think about that for a second. Just that shows you what type of mentality these people are into. That shows you the type of people that are attracted to cults. That lets you know that there's certain people that just like a pimp, he can be in a car, he can be driving down the street, he can spot a potential hoe 2 blocks away. And you're like, how did you know she would even be? It's the same thing with narcissists. They know how to find victims. It's the same thing with people who are cult leaders and manipulators. They know the type of people that they can recruit, and they know the types of things that they can do to these people. Like I said, if you're feeding a person, you have a certain amount of control over them. If you're providing shelter for that person and luxuries for that person, they're even more indebted to you. If you're providing, if you're not normal sexually, and this person is providing you the type of deviant sexual experiences that you fantasize about, that person is going to have the ultimate control over you. And that's what all of these cults end up being about, whether it be, David Koresh, whether it be, Marshall Applewhite and his cult, whether it be Jim Jones, whether it be Nature Boy, all of these cults, York, all of them have a sexual component to them, all of them, because they realize that that's a very powerful form of control. Mentally, yes, that's definitely a part of the control, but sexually, when you control somebody sexually, that's a whole different level of mental manipulation and control and mind fucking. That's on a whole nother level, because now you're dealing with somebody's natural physical urges and impulses, and somebody else is controlling your sexual urges and impulses. That's crazy. That's crazy. But when you agree to be a slave, you get treated like one.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. He said, "You're my slave," and they say yes. Anytime you sitting up there and you got men, when you got men sitting up there on their knee, hold up now. Hey, hold up. Wait. Let me get back to this, because we are almost finished. We almost finished. This is the time. If anybody, oh shit, boss lady. Boss lady, no, I do not be anything. Okay, this is the time. If anybody have something to say, because I gotta get to one more thing, right? Gotta get to one more thing, but we're gonna hold that note. I gotta tinkle. So Kevin, go ahead and tell us how you feel about the video. For a second, how you feel about the video? Give me 1 second.
All right, y'all. I had to finish typing in the chat, but
Sugar Love, this doc is mainly sympathetic. It seems. What are you doing?
we can't. We no. Everybody has their own perspective. Everybody has their own perspective. We'll leave it at that, because this is not about anybody that's been here at least one time. They know what we're about on this channel, and they know that we are not sympathetic toward any cults. Maybe the documentary itself may have seemed sympathetic to you, but we didn't produce the documentary, or we didn't shoot it. We're just
went through the whole damn documentary. We went through the whole people come late to class all the time. And what I'm going to start doing from now on, for the people who come late to class and you say something that makes absolutely no sense because you're late, none of us is going to say nothing. Me personally, I'm going to delete the comment. Come early to class, because after a while that it really aggravates you, and it stops the damn video, because we already said it's a cult. We already went through the things that this man is not. We already said that. We also said the difference is that all the terrible stuff that he did, they're not showing that. But we also said that Nature Boy can't do that because he did no good. We also compared how he had the cult, but he showed you how to do it in the right way. But it still doesn't take away people were able to vote because of this man. It doesn't take away that people was able to eat because of this man. It doesn't take away it doesn't take none of that away. But we cannot say that for the other cults. And I also said, I got one more thing. Me and Kevin, we a lot of times we see the comments. We're not going to be stopping every moment to answer every comment. We cannot do that. We can see it.
And look at it this way also. Rather than looking at it as it's a sympathetic documentary, to me, this is my perspective, and this is what I would challenge you to do. Huh? Okay, go ahead. But this is what I would challenge you to do, Sat. Look at it from this perspective. They're showing you that there's different levels to this shit when it comes to these cults. See, Nature Boy, he did the most low-level ninja type shit and to run his cult. But you don't have to guerrilla pimp to be a cult. They showed you a person who was actually really doing positive things in the community, but that was his form of manipulation. It wasn't the same as Nature Boy's. So they're just showing you that there's different levels, there's different ways of manipulating people. You can do some good things, and that's going to open the door because people are going to feel like, hey, he must be a good guy. He's doing good things. But that's another way. So look at it from that perspective rather than looking at it like we're being sympathetic toward him. We're just analyzing the footage that we're looking at on the screen. We're showing you that every cult leader is not like Nature Boy. So you can fall victim to a Father Divine because his manipulation is totally different. He's not aggressive. He's not mean toward women. he he's not anything that Nature Boy is, but look at the level to which he was able to take his cult and his manipulation and his scamming and his narcissism. He took it to a level bigger than most of these cult members or cult leaders that we know now. We look at the Jim Joneses, and yes, he had a big cult, but you got to look at this dude. This dude came 30, 35, 40 years before Jim Jones and had a bigger following.
Well, hold up, because I didn't get to that part yet. You're going too fast. The next video. I don't even know what you just said, but you mentioned I wanted to show that. See, I does my work.
Yeah.
But I would just like to say I respect all of you guys and let all of you guys say what you have to say. But we also deserve the same respect. We also deserve the same respect. Some people said I'd never heard of this guy. I've never seen this guy. I'm just bringing you guys information. No, we got what you said when you said the documentary is, but it's not, because even if the documentary is sympathetic, we still was breaking the documentary down the whole entire time.
Yeah, it's lessons to be learned. Like I was saying, they're showing you the different levels of manipulation. He's not aggressive like Nature Boy. He's not nasty like Nature Boy. He manipulated you in a whole different way by actually doing good things that you could see. And that's even more, I would argue that's he's a much bigger danger than a Nature Boy, because look how many people from different nationalities, different cultures, different countries,
and
he was able to.
And that was the point of the video, to show you that Nature Boy ain't getting no goddamn documentary, because he didn't have no people. He didn't have no real followers. But like I said, even if it was sympathetic, we have nothing sympathetic to say about Nature Boy. We have nothing. He didn't give nothing. He ain't do nothing. He went and poo-pooed on all the trees on the country, went and took dumps in people's trees and shit. All he did was sit there, collect money. At least we could say, yeah, he may have. I don't even know. I think this more was like a power thing with this man. He got too much power,
right?
And called himself God.
That's the fatal flaw of every one of them.
What you don't hear is that you heard he had women, but what man doesn't? But you never heard they was forced. You never seen whatever he did. It wasn't like it was like women all over him where we can see it. But of course, there's another side. And if you was here earlier, you would have saw I showed another video with him in it. And then now I showed the documentary. This is not the first video. This is the second video. Please come to class on time. From now on, if your comments are removed, I did it.
Yeah, Coffee, you're exactly right. And that's the point I was getting ready to make. That's the fatal flaw of all of these cult leaders. Every single one of them become intoxicated with power. And once they call themselves God and declare themselves God, that's when the people say, okay, now it's time for you to go.
Exactly. Yeah. Even in the part where, I wanted to show that Velvet look-alike. Even when they arrested him, they was like, you're calling yourself God here.
Right.
And that was about to say they didn't have nothing, but you're calling yourself God. And that's the same thing that happened with Nature Boy. As soon as he started calling himself God. Because see, what they're not going to do, the same thing they did with the 5%ers. You know, understand what I'm saying? They had to stop that, because if that was their name, now you got to call them that. So now that's why Nature Boy, when he thought about it, no, we're not calling him Baby Ja, because now that puts him ahead of me. So they had to call him Baby True. You understand? So
right.
Everybody calling you God. So now when that Caucasian address you, they're not addressing you as God, or they're not addressing you as supreme. They're not addressing you as Allah. They, you know what I'm saying? Certain names of the 5%ers, they're not addressing you as that. They're
right.
not addressing a woman as queen this or queen that.
And what Sugar just broke down for people who don't understand a lot about the 5% Nation and that whole religious thing. So Ja means God. So if you ever noticed in the videos, Nature Boy never called him Ja. He always called him Jahumi, because he knew psychologically if he called him Baby Ja, he was calling him Baby God.
Right.
So yeah, I just had to break that down, because you be dropping jewels and little nuggets sometimes, and you know, not that people aren't smart and catch it, but just in case it went past people, you, like I said, that's when I said you have to look at the little intricacies and the details in the character of these cult leaders, and you'll be able to analyze them and break them down. We know him probably better than he knows himself, because Nature Boy constantly lies to himself about who he is, because that's the only thing that makes him feel good about being a human being, being alive. So he has to constantly lie to himself. But we being on the outside, we can look at him objectively, and we can analyze every little detail about him and the things he says and he does. We don't have to know him. None of us will probably never ever meet him in real life. But
he don't even know himself in real life.
Thank you. That's why I said we probably know him better than he knows himself. Real talk. That's how, but you know, that's how devious this shit is. And that's why we spend time talking about it. And that's why we break this shit down and analyze it the way that we do, because, you know, it's a lot of subtle things that if you pay attention to, you'll catch. And it's just certain things that you won't even come into your circumference. You don't have to worry about be wary of a cult, because if anybody tried to approach you with that shit, all the people in here would be like, if you don't get your crazy ass away from me.
No,
you know what I mean?
It's done differently though.
Yeah.
It's done. It depends on what you're doing and how it's done.
That was my point while I was making the stat. They showing you the difference.
One thing I want to make understood is what you said to the T. Even though she said it sensationalized it. But one thing that we did learn was we could come together as Black people and accomplish things.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing that's what you kept trying to point out. You didn't point out he's good or blah, blah, blah. You pointed out that, you know, we can pool our money together. Even if it's not getting businesses or whatever, we can pull our money together, which we're not doing in 2022. And we have more money that's offered to us. We got billionaires now. And even the people who was not billionaires, they took what they had and made sure people were fed around the clock.
Right. Billionaires didn't fund Black Wall Street.
Right. They changed laws. They moved across the street from the damn president. They bought the damn hotel where they said that you cannot come on our beach. He's just saying, if we took some of them things now and stood together, imagine where we would be. It had nothing to do with him. He was just basically saying, look what was done when we stick together. That's what Kevin was saying.
Right. And again, you got to understand, like, we can sit here and try to, you know, follow all these leaders. But if you just simply think about it, just the basic concept, you took a bunch of poor people that didn't really have nothing, but when they pooled all their resources and then they got support from other people who wanted to be part of that because they saw the positivity, look at what the hell they built, and look how much financial, power they gained. Look how much political influence they wielded. Look how much societal power that they yielded and they influenced. They have people. So these are just the things that we can do if we do the basic thing that they did, was stick together, pool their money, and use their own resources to be self-sufficient.
Now, first of all, Nature Boy probably did have a couple of million, but he blew it all. But I will say, she says Nature Boy has an unexplained rule. It's not an unexplained rule. He did the same thing this man did.
Yeah.
But still collected money at the same time. Now, if he had a monetized YouTube channel, first of all, Nature Boy don't get views like that.
Right.
He get views, but he ain't getting views like the real, like a Booski or Kevin Sam, or it's a lot of people. Let me tell you who get a lot of views. Couples.
Yeah.
I be watching them couple videos, even the ones with the children.
Even that's a hustle now.
Especially the mixed couples.
Even that lane right there with you, that lane is a hustle. You get a young, mixed, interracial couple with a baby, they're blowing up. They are.
But I'm saying though, they get a hell of a lot of views. Nature Boy don't get views like that.
Right.
And then the main ones that, like, if you like black and Chinese, baby, their views is off the chart.
Yeah.
You see a black woman with a Chinese man. Look, check for yourself. Check for yourself.
And my thing too is, if you got these huge channel holders and they got 500,000 followers, 1 million followers, and they can get them to go on a crash dummy mission and go and and harass people on their channel and get their channels took down. Why can't you take those same 500,000 people and shut Nature Boy down in a week? You should be able to do it like that if that's truly your intention. But again, I get it. That's not everybody's goal. That's not her goal. Her goal was to get the interview and to get the most dirt and bullshit that she could get and put it out there, because that's what her kind. So you got everybody's not, even though they know what he's doing, they don't want to take him down. They want to interview him. So that's why I said these cults come in different forms and different. You're not gonna always get the Nature Boy and the young Pharaoh. This guy was totally different, but look how much more dangerous he was, because he got more people to come see him in person in 1942 than young Pharaoh and Nature Boy put together could get on a live stream. So this is the good part. So I'm finna mute up.
This is a quick one. I will find a longer one. But look who came along. Black man can't do nothing. Here he comes. Right? Here he comes. He got them selling books. He did that already, Sat. Nobody wants that neither. That's why he got a public lawyer.
How many people waiting in line to get a Nature Boy book?
You don't see the book in their hand, Sat? You don't see his book?
Nature Boy's Knowledge. You gonna buy that book?
So you must have missed the boat on that one. They did that already. And they got that. I don't know how they got the publishers and stuff done, but they did it. But they still can't afford a lawyer. Nobody wants to see that shit. Nobody want to hear all day, well, you are you, and I am you. And all of this is an illusion. Nobody want to hear that shit all day. You gonna start a celibate cult? Or start at home. Start at home.
Did y'all notice at the end of that video, real quick, the lady had on the
free, but they taking donations. So the books totally are not free. He's doing it the same way this man did it. To make it seem like it's free and I don't want nothing from you, but the donations still come in. The money is still coming in. See, again, y'all don't be listening. Maybe we speak a foreign language, King Cat. Maybe we got to go to English school or something. I don't know.
No, this is an educational network. We're here
we don't speak English. We got to go to some.
They be
English
late
classes.
for class, sugar. That's all. They be late for class. We been and already went over the assignment. They come in the last 10 minutes and they be asking questions, and we didn't already went through it the first 50 minutes.
It's not the questions that they ask. I don't mind
the comments.
It's the statement that they make. I'm like, you see how long I was on? You think within all these hours we ain't say nothing? People never look at the hours that you're on. Right? You don't think that was covered? You don't think that was covered? Now, if you ask a question, that's different. But when you come in with a statement, now I'm like, if I don't like the statement, I'm not saying nothing at all, but it will disappear. That's what I will tell you.
We're 4 hours, 42 minutes, and 13 seconds into this podcast. Do you think for 1 second that we haven't covered every damn thing in the last 4 hours? You just got here 15 minutes ago. So you missed 4 hours, 28 minutes, and some odd seconds. You missed a lot, but that's what the replay is for. Go watch the replay. It still counts as a view. You can like the video again, please and thank you. But yeah, that's what I love about these bills, because we go deep into, it, and we try to touch on the things, like I said, those little subtle things that people may not pay attention to. But anyway, I'm gonna move so we can get this.
That's still not getting it. They're giving the book away for free. Why? Because it just like this man said, they don't want no ties to the government. So if somebody has to pay for the book, that means the government got to get their cut. It's called tax and all this other stuff. So they're going to give this stuff away for free, but keep that Cash App up there. Well, if you like to donate, that's so the government has no involvement. And somebody had to pay because some people downloaded it, right? Some people downloaded it. But if you want the book, you got to pay for the books. You got to pay for that ink. You got to pay for that cover. So somebody's giving them money. It ain't that damn free. It's like, I'm going to pay for you to read my book. I'm going to pay for the ink. I'm going to pay for the printer. I'm going to pay for the paper. Get the hell up out of here. People ain't listening. People not listening.
Okay, so...
Not you, Matri. We love you. You ain't been here for no damn 30 minutes. You've been here longer than that.
No, we was talking to Sat specifically, but
no, the books are 100% free. No, you download it, but everything's cost money.
Sat 12, you my friend. I'm gonna send you the remix of In My Tent. Okay, I'm gonna send you the remix for free. You don't have to download it. It's not gonna cost you anything. No $4.99, none of that. It's for free. I'm gonna send it to you, but we have to move on.
But even if they copy and paste, that still costs money. Ink costs money. Paper costs money. Even if it's softback or hardback, that costs money. So I'm not going to spend all of this money that I don't have just so you can read my book for free. So of course they have to ask for donations. They have to ask for money. How do you think these books are produced unless you download it? You need man, people be in a house and they don't even do that much printing. And when they gotta go buy a new ink thing, they be upset. Now imagine doing book after book after book. Imagine how many ink cartons you gotta buy. Or if you got to pay somebody, that's money. And that's not 100% free. You better give a donation, damn it. We just don't want to be tied to the government. So we're going to say we're not charging. Of course, I'm going to give the music away for free. I don't want to be tied to the government. I don't want to be tied to a record company. I don't want to be tied to none of that. Same way this man just did. Either way, we don't care about the book. We're not going to read the book because he got the knowledge on his page, right? Y'all want to look for the knowledge, go with. I don't know what y'all care about the book for. Matter of fact, we're not even going to advertise the goddamn book. Don't even advertise it. I just said, Sat, unless they download it. Bye, Sat. I just said, unless they download it. And I'm not going to take up all that room in my damn tablet for his damn book anyway. Now let's go. Y'all always trying to give Nature Boy some pointers and stop selling his book. Don't mention his book. We don't care about his book. Matter of fact, he ain't even got no damn book. We're not doing no free advertisement on here. Anything Nature Boy does, please don't advertise none of that shit on here. This ain't no free advertisement. His book, his book, his book. He ain't got no book. We don't care about his book. Don't read his book unless you choose to be poisoned. Okay? He trying to make it, even though it's going to be just the 4 big dummies for what we know. We don't know what the other people are doing. They said they denounced him. We don't know. We don't know nothing. We don't know if they denounced. You could say what you want to say. You don't know for sure, Sat. And I don't hear about no book. We don't know what Nature Boy is doing. You can say that, but you don't know for sure. Unless you know him. Unless you know him behind the scenes and not telling us. How you know this? Ain't no way somebody gonna keep putting a book up in every goddamn video unless it's some financial gain behind it. They keep showing that book. Ain't no financial gain behind it. Get the hell out of here. In that case, I would say, hey, you didn't see them put up that cookbook, but they told you to download it, right? Remember this fake cookbook that Serenity was supposed to do? They didn't show the book. They said download it. Download the recipes. Then they said download the Be Sick Diet. But all of a sudden, when it comes down to this book, they keep showing it. So you cannot say he's not taking advantage of the marketing. Oh, yes, the hell he is. They got that book all up in your face. Yes, that's the name of the book. How to spread STDs. Not avoid, but how to spread it. Yes, how to mistreat women and bandits. How to receive that's exactly what's in the book. Y'all stupid. Y'all stupid. But this is one man who instructs. This is a short one. I'll find you the long one. We've been on here too long. I gotta watch a dumb Christmas movie. For some reason this year I'm watching Christmas movies. Ugh.
Keeps recurring to me, and at this moment I feel very strongly. Last year when we were in Philadelphia and we saw the adulation which had been
Reverend Jim Jones instruct former members of Father Divine.
Lavished on leaders who didn't deserve it. One of my companions, young woman in the temple, said to me, "I'm so glad that our prophet hasn't taken that trip." And I said, if he had taken it, I wouldn't be on it. Now, I hope that you know what I mean. some of us, and I think most.
I think what she's trying to say is he was trying to get his people to go drink the Kool-Aid. That's what I'm getting out of this. Well, let's read this. The People's Temple for salvation and healing. I'm like, how much healing do y'all people need to do? God damn. Work it out. Shit. Sunday school goal. 600 gift to mother. Right? Something converted and healed. I guess that means 51. Converted and healed last summer. Communication, dedication by candlelight. Because of the capacity of crowds, there would be 2 Sunday schools. Okay, Wednesday night, blah, blah, blah. So that's James Jones and Mrs. James Jones. She don't even have a name. Her name is Miss James Jones. She ain't even got a name, goddammit. Not Miss Blank Jones. Her name is Miss James Jones. You know what I'm saying? So I guess from what I'm seeing is he was like, come on, drink this Kool-Aid with the rest of us. Well, let's go.
Some of us love him because of the things that he will do for us on the human level, and the fact that he doesn't let us give him diamond rings and cars nor accept our worship. I just felt moved to say that we do appreciate you. He isn't there. That's how much. Well, I took the same trip last summer, and in a way, I think the people back there had something over us. They listened, and when something was said, when those tapes were played, and I thought Father Divine.
What did y'all just see? What did you guys just? I know I got 2 co-hosts here. Where they at?
I'm right here.
What did y'all just see?
You have to rewind it because I actually just stepped back in the room.
Lord, you know every time I rewind something, boy.
No, just do it. Don't.
I'll fuck it up.
Listen, look at the time on the screen, and you can rewind it slow without skipping all the way back.
I be fucking up.
Yeah, just do it slow like that.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. What do y'all see?
All black people.
No. Besides that.
All women.
Besides that. What color is that floor?
Black and white.
You know what that represents, right?
Integration.
What? That's Masonic. That's the damn Freemasons.
No, I'm just playing.
And then look at the lady in the front. Look at that color.
Mm-hmm.
So they got the dark burgundy. Remember, them 3 colors have to go together.
Yeah.
So they have to have her in the middle where you can see her, because they need that color to go with the duality. But when they add this color to it, you know who they worshiping.
Right. And even deeper than that, he got a bunch of people look like he got human chess pieces on a board.
And look at this lady sitting here, like she ain't got no eyeballs.
Well, we can't see that much detail, but
you can see she ain't got, I don't know if y'all can see, she ain't look like she ain't got no eyeballs. If you see this, if you see where this pointer is at, I don't know if that's glasses or no eyeballs.
Hey, I don't know. I mean, but it's just striking to me. You look at Jim Jones, and then you look at the congregation, and the famous words of Red Fox, Fred Sanford, rest in peace. There's more Negroes in there than a Tarzan movie. That's wild. But
I'm not laughing, but you know, this shit is true.
Oh, go ahead, because I don't wanna. Yeah, you right, Nick. I'm sorry.
That's a whole, but I'm looking at her. I can't open it up, but I don't see the sides of the glasses there. So it's the illusion that they want us to see. See, this is why I did not do that Shaquilla thing, because I seen so many red flags there, and God said, "Don't touch it." You know what I'm saying? Don't touch it. And I said, okay, because it's not what they was. I heard what you were saying, but I know what I saw. That was a hit, but that's it. That's it. Now they're meeting. He got a bunch of black people there, so that letting you know what they sitting on right now. It means them no good. But they don't know that. They don't know that. And it's not a coincidence. The lady with the dark burgundy dress is in the front. So you could see that with the Masonic floor. That's no coincidence. That Masonic floor is still being used then and today. What video you see, you don't see that. Them colors, them three colors together somewhere.
And you got to remember, visual is the visual part of indoctrination is also images. You know, that those are very symbols, images. All of those things play into the psyche of being in a cult and indoctrinating people. So everything they do, the optics is very important to them. Just like where he sat, how he appeared when he was on camera. All of those things factor in. All of those cult leaders, you know. So just be aware. Like that's why when you asked me the question, the first thing that came to my head is a room full of black people and it's all women.
And then you have to remember that that's not for them. That's for whatever lodge that they're in. Remember, them are subliminal messages for whatever lodge that they're in.
Right.
Right.
That's why I said the optics of everything that they do factors into what they do. The optics, the way it looks, the presentation.
Right. So, right. And so depending on the lodge that they're in, so you may still see the same things, but you know, now you have to watch their hands, because certain handshakes go for different lodges. You understand what I'm saying? So we already know, he's letting us already know he's not a regular cult. He was sent. He was sent. I'm not touching that. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching that. Every last one of them have done it. That's one thing I will say. Every last one have done it. Every last one has threw up them signs. Every last one has covered the one eye. Every last one did the symbolism. There's nobody that you have not, if you haven't seen no type of symbolism, then you could say, all right. But if you could spot just one symbolism, and a lot of people don't understand what these symbolisms are. Like, you don't understand when you see that butterfly. A lot of people don't even know what that butterfly means. A lot of people don't know what that rabbit means. Like when you watch a lot of these videos and you see them in a rabbit suit, a lot of them don't know what that rabbit means. Like it's a lot of different symbolisms. You don't know what it means. So you're thinking it's regular and you're thinking it's entertainment, but whatever assignment that they told them to do, they letting them know it's done. It's done. So it's not just about the check. It's a lot of other things. It's a lot of other things. Because like I said, each lodge they have to separate themselves. So each lodge has their own thing that let you know, okay, you belong to us. Okay. Remember, they can't talk to each other, but what we see and what they see is two different things. But now it's so blatantly in our face because they like this shit. We ain't gonna tell you the secrets, but we're gonna let you know some of the shit, so we ain't gotta explain it to you. So if you want to come on and cross your ass over, or listen, you know what it is. You know what it is. That's it. Oh wow, Kevin, you going straight to hell. Why you gonna mess with me and Nicole like that? And you know I ain't got no damn ginger ale. I'm stuck here with this nasty behind Mountain Dew. You going straight. It's a special place of hell for you.
This ginger ale is like liquid crack, man.
Who you telling?
It's fire. See, y'all just got me in trouble. I thought my wife was asleep. She talking about, baby, ain't nobody tell you be drinking my ginger ale. I'm drinking juice, baby. It's in the refrigerator.
She said drinking my shit. That's right,
girl.
Y'all
got me in trouble. They heard you too, baby.
I blew your ass out. That's because you tried to blow me and Nicole up. So we blew your ass back up. Tell her. That's right, Kevin. Nicole, we got his ass in trouble. He tried to make us feel bad and stuff. You probably say I won't be mentioning that anymore on live. So, like I said, he was sent there to finesse them people, and as we see, is black people. Why is a bunch of black people following him anyway? See, that's the problem with black people. The person who, even Jesus, God himself didn't even say follow Jesus. God himself.
You better preach, sugar love. You better preach.
God himself said, I'm taking my son home. I'm giving you these instructions. Follow the instructions and follow no man.
Woo-wee.
If you don't believe nothing else in that Bible, you need to follow that. Follow no man.
Wow. Y'all got, hey, watch the replay and play that. She just gave y'all something right there. And that's it. I ain't gonna even say nothing else. That stands alone.
So why y'all still waiting for a leader? Why y'all still waiting for a savior when he gave you the instructions? The instructions is in the book. Even if you follow 10 of them, 10 instructions. I'm not talking about the scripture. See, people, they don't like the Bible because of the stories. But that's stories, and that's their story. That's not your story. Everybody here is writing their own story. You're not stopped. Oh God, I got hiccups now. My jag on juice.
You need that ginger ale.
Wife, get him, wifey. Get his ass.
Look, this how much y'all instigated. She done got up out the bed and went in there and got her goddamn ginger ale to make sure I didn't drink it up.
That's my girl. That's my girl. That's my girl.
Ginger ale. Ain't got that much left either.
Yeah, it's crazy. Y'all crazy. Hey, but you know what? James King just made a good statement. He said Kev has the gift of gab, and if he used his power for bad, it's a good chance he would get an audience that like this. And and S-Curl, he'd be unstoppable. But nah, for real, that's what I was saying about misusing your superpower. We all have a superpower, so I take that shit seriously. So I know that certain people may listen to me, I'm not gonna tell nobody no bullshit. I'm not gonna misguide you. I'm not gonna tell you nothing crazy. I'm not gonna tell you I'm this, follow me, listen to me. I'll say anything that I say to you, that's truth. And I always tell people this is my source, and always question and check what I say, because I'm not nobody to say my word is I'm God or my word is, no, there's no anybody who says that to you. That's a sign that that person wants to control you. That person has cult leader tendencies and traits. And we just got to recognize that, man, because it's, you can misguide a lot of people for real.
The people who fall into cults, like I said, if you don't, the only reason why I keep mentioning the Bible, because that's how they catch them. Now, if you don't believe in it, you good.
Right.
But the only reason why they're getting trapped in these cults is because of the misrepresentation of the Bible, because they don't read it. He left you the instructions. When if Jesus come back, if you believe in it, you will know. He not sending no more teachers. Why? He don't need to send no more teachers. He done sent the person and left you the instructions. Why do he need to send more gods, more Jesus, more Messiah? There is no more people. He sent it. He said, do this and do that. So you need to follow somebody to tell you to do this and do that when you could have read that yourself and did this and did that.
It's just like they have a website called TaskRabbit, and basically what these people do is they come out and put shit together for you if you don't feel like putting it together or you don't know how. But if that item that I buy from wherever it may be, IKEA or a Home Depot, it comes with instructions inside that box. Now, if I'm too lazy to do it, if I'm too intellectually lazy to read the instructions and figure out how to put it together, then yeah, I'll call TaskRabbit and pay them $125 to come out and put it together. That's what people do with their life. They're too lazy to know that you already have instructions by what's in you, what you think in your mind, what you believe, what you instinctually know is right or wrong. So why do you need somebody else to tell you that? You're paying somebody to do something that you already know how to do, that you already have the instructions for, that you already have the answers to, but you're too intellectually and too spiritually lazy to believe that and to pursue that. It's easier for you to listen to somebody else that says, I've been studying this for 35 years, or I've been anointed by this, or I've been called by God, or I am God. And they'll go, oh, okay, that's how I figure my life out, because they're going to tell me.
And then you get let, and there's no way in it. And then what part of in the Bible, God said many will come in my name and say they are me. So you do got many that's coming in his name and saying they are me, not knowing that even in other countries, they are Freemasons too. You thinking that people keep talking about, oh, it's gonna be a one world. God damn it, it's always been a one world. It's just ain't one bank. It's just ain't one bank, which that's why they're trying to get you to go to cosmic currency. They're trying to get all your money to be in the clouds and shit. And then the minute something don't go right, you see how they cut your card off real quick. They making it so where it's like how it was done in the Bible. In the Bible, they used to bring like the cattle, the first harvest from whatever that you planted, that was too heavy. So then they said, you know what, we're gonna do a paper. Then they said we're gonna use the gold and silver. That got too heavy. So then they took the gold and silver and said, you know what? how much we're gonna put this on a note. They didn't even call it $1 yet. They called it a note. We're gonna put this on a note, and then this, we're gonna write how much this gold is on this note, and this is how much is its value. And if it's silver, we're gonna write how much that is valued. Then they started calling it currency and money because it got too heavy to keep carrying around these pouches of gold and silver. You see, they've been changing the way of money forever. And then now, after that, well, you know what? That's not good enough. Let's put it in the bank. All right. Now they started putting it in the bank. So now you go to the bank, you take out what you want. So that was a way of them holding your money. Because if something happened with that bank, you just ain't got no money. And then they took your money, invested it, and you ain't get nothing out of it. They invested and built a lot of stuff and made a lot of money. We ain't get nothing. And then after they said, okay, we can hold their money. All right, let's give them a thing called like a debit card or a credit card. So then they can still owe us debt, but they got money in this card. So now they're having it to whereas money is going to be obsolete. Ain't going to be no such thing as cash no more. That's why they keep pushing this. Oh, no, baby. They want it so as, even in the train system in New York, as of next year, you can't use money. You're going to have to use your phone, which means that's going to be hooked up to your bank account, which means every fucking thing you buy or do, they're going to know. In a minute, you do something you do not have no business, your shit is cut off.
And to break down what you just said, what they did was take spirituality and they was able to co-opt and hustle people financially because they kept moving the goalposts. First, the offering was a prayer to God, acknowledgement. That was an offering. Then, like Tony said, it became cattle. Then it became, currency, property. Then it became all these different things to the point where, like you said, we get to the point where we're at money. And if you think about it, they tell you at church to give what? Give God your first 10%. And what do you think the tax rate is on your paycheck, on your income? It's roughly between 10 and 15%, depending on how much money you make hourly or yearly. So they took something in a spiritual sense and they manipulated people to the point where now they co-opted your currency and your availability to money through if you follow what I'm saying. They, everything that the government does revolves around money. So if there's a certain artist, a certain actor, a certain agenda that's being promoted, is being promoted from the powers that be for a reason, because there is a financial gain in whatever it is whatever agenda they're pushing.
No, not cashless in New York, cashless everywhere, Coffee. Not in New York. That the train system, they're just starting slowly but surely. You got to see where they starting to slowly but surely where you at. When I mean a cashless system, period. That's why they pushing this cosmic currency and the green bill, but
Bitcoin and all.
Yeah,
they don't.
exactly.
You go in the store now. They don't really want you to use cash.
And then come to find out, a lot of people lost out on that Bitcoin and stuff like that. But they're telling you to get on it and get on it and get on it. But if you don't, now, far as the reason why we paid tithes, which is in the Old Testament, but they said the Old Testament is done away with. That's because when we had the 12 tribes, they all had their own land, right? But the tribe of Levi, their land wasn't growing. It wasn't producing. The dirt wasn't good, right? So the purpose of that, because the Levites was the priests out of the 12 tribes, they had to take care of the priests. So now all the other tribes had to bring them food and stuff like that, because what you call that land when it's not producing, when the dirt and stuff is no good, whatever. But that's the type of land that they had. But being that people was producing a lot with their first harvest, it was too much to carry. You know, it was too much to put on the horses or the camels, whatever. Donkeys, I don't know, I wasn't there. So that's when they said, you know what, let's take them to gold and stuff, and then they can purchase things, right? And then they was like, now the gold and stuff started getting too heavy and they were getting robbed. So then they turned it into notes, and the notes now went into paper, and that's what became money. That's what became currency. So they're not supposed to be taking tithes. The Levites had a point. The Levites never had a point. The Levites were getting taken care of. We could go into scripture for that. You go into the Old Testament and you would see that was because of the Levites. They land was barren. That's the word I'm looking for. Their land was barren.
But see, we can, I mean, yeah, like you said, we can go into a whole lot dealing with that. But when in dealing with these cults, that's what I'm saying. As far as anything financial, you have to understand that, like, when people use religion as a manipulation point financially, just like even in the case of Father Divine, he was doing good things, but he was using those good things as part of his manipulation. So you got to realize, like, all of this centers around, you know, money, because money brings power to whatever organization has a lot of money. If you're a religious organization, if you're a political organization, you know, and so you gotta realize really what all of this is really about. So when people talk about saving humanity and all of this shit, all of that is part of the hustle. It just sounds good because certain people want to believe certain things, and so that's going to draw them in. But when it all comes down to it, no cult can run and exist without money. And that money usually comes from other people, not because at some point they exhaust all the money from the cult members themselves.
Oh, you starting? Why you do that?
What?
You didn't hear the cat? The damn cat starting.
Oh, she always do. That's why I said that's Nateri number 2.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that too. Right. The only thing is my cat don't like nobody, so he ain't going from cult to cult. Okay, my cat just like me, and that's it. But you're right, Maderi. But what I'm saying is that's still Old Testament. But I'm saying what makes it important is because it's showing you how the money keep changing until it's going to become cashless. So that'll be their way of keeping a track on you. Because once you use that to get on the train, if they ever looking for you, hey, they was on a train at 9:26. You understand what I'm saying? Well, they got back on the train at 5:04. You understand what I'm saying? That is their way. I'm going to go to bed now. That is their way of keeping a track on you. And that is also their way of controlling you, because at any point in time, they can cut your account. Same way they did with Wendy Williams did. Wells Fargo's, even though it ended up working out for her, but they can always be like, shit, we cutting that money off. So you can't just now run to other countries and figure I got that stack of money, because you still gonna have to put that money in the bank, because a lot of places are not taking cash no more. So ain't no more hiding money under they making sure you're not hiding no more money in the pillows, under the bed, and stuff like that, because a lot of places is going cashless. Even when you go to some places, they'll tell you, no, with no cash, cards only. But eventually it's going to be cashless. So they can have an account of everything that you do. The same way, if you want to make some, like, if you want to do Instagram, a lot of them, they want you to put your number in. What makes them think that everybody has a cell phone? What makes them think that everybody can pay their cell phone bill every damn month? But for some to get on some of these social media, you have to have a phone number, because that's their way of connecting you. They know more about you than what you know about your damn self. Every time you think of something, the shit come right on up on your screen. All right, Kev. Hey, Rita. Hey, baby. And next time, get a charger, damn it. But yeah, a lot of things, they know more about you than what you know about you. And people don't have no idea how far this dark world is. It's very dark. When you see that checkerboard, like right there, baby, and look at all our sisters. Look where he got you meeting at. They don't know that. They don't know they're gonna drink that Kool-Aid neither. Yeah, that's your fingerprint. That's gonna be your fingerprint. And yeah, exactly. And that's gonna be your fingerprint. That's why I keep telling people that people always they want to denounce the Bible, but that's what's getting a lot of people in a lot of cults and all these different things, and that's how they're getting you to go to all these conventions, and everybody is using God's name, or they're using the word spirituality. You don't need none of that. But we haven't figured that out yet. You don't need that. The instructions are in the book. They don't even sit up there, and when you go to these churches, forget you, James and Boss Lady and everybody else with that Cali time. The hell with y'all. But they don't understand, even in these churches. They're good for telling you scripture, but a scripture is their story. Like, that's Solomon's story. That doesn't mean you have to follow Solomon. No, what they're not doing is they're not pushing them laws, statutes, and commandments. And Even if you're only talking about 10, like we can go back and forth in scripture all you want. And you know why? Because it's different people's stories. But that's not the laws, statutes, and commandments. So you could say something that fit you, and then you could say something that fit you. But these are two different people. That's their story, and that's their story that contains what happened with them and God. That was either their disbelief with God, has nothing to do with you. It's just there so you can learn from it. But these pastors are not preaching enough just the 10 commandments. They're trying to lift you up, but you can't lift me up if you're not telling these men, thou shalt not commit adultery. How about keep saying that enough? Thou shalt not lie. How about keep saying that enough? These are the things that's, if you stop doing a lot of these things, you'll be a heck of a lot happier. These things are placed here for a reason. That's why anyone you speak with becomes a suggested. Hello? You ain't never lied. So cash store robbery gonna go down, vanish, but cyber computer crime. Exactly, James. Exactly. There you go. There you have it. There you have it. That's why I'm trying to figure out, just like when that thing happened in New York and the guy was out there robbing people. I said, you can't be robbing people no more. People ain't got no money on them. They ain't got no money. Ain't no more snatching grandma's bag. You're going to get maybe like $5 or $10, but this ain't like back in the days. People in the hood ain't wearing gold no more. They wearing costume jewelry. Y'all young boys, y'all missed that boat. Y'all missed that boat. Ain't no more people lined up at the check cashing place and you can rob them. They money going direct to the bank. They don't get checks no more. They're not waiting at the mailbox no more to get a check. It's going direct. And if you take their card, they could cut off the card right on their phone. Hey, my stuff is missing. Go on their phone, cut it right off. Well, there's nothing wrong with being a Hebrew, but the being in the cult is two different things. Hebrew is who you are. It's not a philosophy. You are, God spoke, we are his Hebrew Israelites. Being in the cult is two different things. Belonging to a camp is two different things. Being a Hebrew Israelite is your birthright. That's your birthright. It's not a psychology. That's your birthright. Now, being in a cult or in a camp is two different things. Two different things. You know, God gave you the keys. He gave you the keys. He gave you the instructions. He specifically told you don't follow nobody. So everybody does everything God tells you to do, you do opposite. Everything God tells you to do, people do the opposite. He said, don't follow nobody. Don't follow behind man. He gave you a reason not to follow behind man. What do everybody do? Follow behind man. God said, don't call no other man God besides me. What do? They call other men gods. God went and took his son home. And what do? Y'all sit up there and call everybody else the savior. So, I mean, y'all can't keep blaming If you believe in God, y'all can't blame God for nothing. Y'all can't blame him for nothing. He told y'all to seek him. What do y'all do? Y'all seek other people. He said trust in him. What do y'all do? Y'all trust in other people. And then y'all got the nerve to talk about God and the Bible and everything else when y'all doing the opposite. And now y'all want to blame that on God. Y'all want to blame that on the Bible. But when the Bible tells you don't do these things and y'all do it, but now it's God's fault. Or now it's the universe's fault. God told you don't commit adultery. What you do? You start sleeping with the other people men, other people wives. Y'all do the opposite. But then you want to say, oh, we all could be forgiven. How about don't do it? He said don't do it. But you do it. We are the salt of the earth, but very stiff-necked. Yes. Yes, we are stiff-necked. We are, you know what? You couldn't have said it no better. We are stiff-necked. But that's exactly. And that's in the Bible too. We stiff-necked. We ain't got no nerve calling a human being God. We ain't got no business calling a human being just like you and me God. We ain't got no business following behind another human being, praising another human being. But you know what? We do it anyway. For them to give you the same message they read in the Bible that you could have read yourself. Now, if you don't believe in it, that's different. That's different. But the trick to that is you still following somebody too. You still got another set of people you're following. Either it's science or whatever. God got me to the hospital for my life foot and to like, amen. Amen. But she said it right. We are stiff-necked people. Well, we're going to watch this last little clip. We're going to watch this last. I thank all of you guys for hanging in there. And this video was not supposed to be long at all. But y'all know we get long-winded. Let's go.
And when something was said, when those tapes were played, and I thought Father Divine was a horrible speaker. I thought he was boring. I thought he didn't have anything to say. Out of all due respect for you children, and I respect you because you're here and anything that brought you here, fine. But I listened and it was boring to death. But those people sat and they even watched that tape recorder or whatever it was that was coming from. And when someone who represented the office of that time came, Mother, which I think we all share her thoughts of her, they watched her and they listened to her. When they would stand out there for an hour waiting for her to come out just to watch her, and she wasn't anything to look at. We can't even be quiet. We can't stop from talking to our neighbor. We can't stop from reading the newspaper. We can't stop from writing in address books. We have to go into the bathroom. We have to have somebody walking up and down the aisle. I'm not saying it's the older people, but, bringing us drinks of water. I don't know. In a way, I almost wish that he had been that way, because maybe then we'd listen and would think, I know, I'm not saying I would be, but I'm saying the respect that I saw there for nothing, we're not getting for everything. And I think we had a lot to learn about the respect that went on back there that we haven't got here. And I, for one, didn't keep it. So I'm as guilty as anybody else.
No, I heard both comments.
Look at the floors. Look at the color of their hair. of the head wraps.
If you win people, usually, initially, the mass of people are not where Professor Roller would be. To have missed Professor Roller would be a great loss, because she's a thinking person. She follows out of commitment of mind, not of guts, but mind. But a great mass of people, even with slightly lesser intellect than Professor Roller, are reached by
Look at that.
enthusiasm,
Kool-Aid.
The ardor of that kind of, not the worship directed to me, but the ardor of it. A little of it Sunday. It was respect. It wasn't anybody bowing before me, but it caused an enemy to get up and leave.
Look at that.
Enemy that would have taken their chances of doing bodily harm. It wasn't connected with the Peace Mission. We had another enemy here, strangely enough, that was interested in doing something.
Look at all of them beautiful people that drunk the Kool-Aid. Look at them. Look how they all just laying there from drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't even want to see no more of them drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't even want to see no more. Because it's sad. It's sad. But you know how the saying go, you can't save everybody. Everybody is not meant to go. And it's sad that people are looking, they don't even know what the hell they're looking for. People are looking for something that they don't know what they're looking for. They're looking for a utopia. They're looking for some type of feeling, some type of like a beyond high feeling, like a natural high that they thinking that they're going to tap into, and they're going to levitate and all that other stuff. This is what they're thinking. I got to tap into this. Well, I'm spiritual. And why you keep doing that? I'm spiritual and I gotta, no. It's not real. It's not, I'm hearing things or I'm seeing extra stuff and they start taking these drugs and the ayahuascas and all these other things because they're trying to feel like they're free. They're trying to not have no thoughts. They're searching for illusions. It's an illusion. But God gave us feelings for a reason. Baby, when you come off your high, just like any other addict, you're going to come right back to reality. You're going to still, the same problems that was there is still going to be there. But everybody want to be taken away, but still in their body. But they want their mind taken away, and they want to chase it. And then you got people who thinking, if I don't follow this person, I'm not going to God. But you got a Bible that says he's not going to take you to, no, live your life now. Be happy now. Do things to change your life now. Listen to Nature Boy followers. Most, if not all of them, are atheists. Well, you got to be an atheist if you calling a human being God and not God himself. See, people, they don't really want that private time with God. People don't really, like, even when you meditate, you want your mind to go blank. So that means you're not going to hear God. If you want to hear God, I'm not saying don't meditate, but you got to be careful, because when you're meditating, You're cutting off your connection to hear what God has to tell you. Now, peace be still. You got to peace be still and leave your mind open. Or you have to look for the little clues and stuff that he leaves for you. So, I mean, if you're going to meditate for, a couple of minutes or so, but you can't close off your mind and figure, I'm going to do away with all of these thoughts. No, you need God to tell you what to do with them thoughts. You can't just let it escape. It can't escape. How you going to know what to do with it? You need to keep that in your mind and say, God, what do I do with this? Please give me. Sometimes you can't be quiet. You got to talk to God. God, this is what's going on. Please show me the way. See, you sitting up there every day going woo-sah. So that means you ain't asking God for nothing. That means you got all the answers. That's not how it go, baby. When you by yourself, you got to be constantly having conversations with God. God, I'm going through this. God, what do you want me to see? What do you want me to do? What direction should I take? God, what are you trying to show me? This happened. Okay, God, this happened. I lost my money. I lost my job. What do you want me to see from this? What do you want me to see? So I can get the message. What is the message that you're trying to give me? Do I need to start looking at my friends? Maybe my friends are my enemies. Maybe my enemies are my friends. Maybe I'm on the wrong path. But you got to ask God for these things. They could do whatever they want to do, Madari. They could do that. Because they was already praising to a man. I'm elated to be in the land of the living. Praise God. Yes. Yes. And then sometime we may not like the things that happen to us, but sometimes, you know how God uses people to be a testimony. Sometimes he may sacrifice you to save many others. Sometimes you got to be that testimony. Sometimes you got to tell people how you got through that. Because he know you're strong enough to be the testimony. He know you're strong enough to tell the story. Some people can't be the testimony because some people keep it locked in them. He needs somebody that's strong enough to say, hey, whoa, I've been through this. And he needs people that's strong enough to take what happened to them and be the voice for other people and save other people. Some people are not strong enough to do it. So sometimes when you're going through hard times, he got you. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. But when you tell your story, you're going to inspire people or you're going to talk for people. You're going to be their voice. Like a lot of like some people who may have lost their children or whatever, it's a terrible thing to happen. But a lot of laws have been made because I'm doing this because of my child. You know, that like the Miranda laws, God had to use her and the child to make that Miranda law. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of laws has been made because of bad things that happen to people. Because that's going to give some people that extra push to get things done. A lot of organizations was set up. A lot of different cancer, people who has cancer, a lot of different monies was raised for different types of cancer because of people who had it and didn't make it. So now their family member is making sure that, this, nobody talked about this. We need to raise money for that, or Alzheimer's, or dementia, or Parkinson's. Like a lot of these things of people, something didn't happen. Now their family member is going to make sure I need to help others. So, people go in these cults, and a lot of times they ain't going. A lot of people go into these cults for selfish reasons, and some of them ain't nothing wrong with them. The life they had was just as good, and if they really truly understand the world, they don't know all these high up people. They all work together. All these high up people from these different countries work together. They work together. That's why they meet at the United Nations and stuff. They like, hey, keep. They good. They good. So you think you're going to run to another country? Not knowing that they get along? That they cool? You talking about America so bad, you forgot that them and homeboy is cool. Then you could be like, well, they don't like America. Oh, yes, the hell they do. You just don't know that. Oh, they don't like Americans. Yeah, they do. You just don't know that. You think when they have these big meetings? Even the communist people, they meet up. They cool. But either way, guys, I wanted you to learn about Father Divine. We might be doing some more about Father Divine. It might be a part 2 of how, this was the lighter part of Father Divine. Maybe part 2 would be the other side of Father Divine. So we saw one side. Now we're going to find the other side of Father Divine. That's just one side. He has another side. And we're going to talk about these different cults. We're going to talk about the narcissism. We're going to talk about all of these things. But the best thing I can tell you is join nothing. Don't join nothing, and don't send your money to nothing. You got people sending their money because, we got the holy water. Buy it. Or come buy this cloth. Fuck, I'm going to buy a piece of cloth for? Sometimes y'all got to say, y'all get out my face. But everybody ain't going to make it. Everybody ain't going to make it. Everybody going to make it. But guys, I appreciate you. It's my time right now to probably watch a Christmas movie so I can go to sleep. I kept y'all up past your bedtime. I appreciate all of you guys. And I will see you guys tomorrow. If anything is live tomorrow like it was today, you might catch me in the morning. That was live. I don't know. But you finish getting better, Nicole. I will keep you in my prayers. Keep them legs up, girl. Keep them legs up, girl, and do them splits. When you get in that shower, cut that water on and stand on your head and put that foot in the air and do that split, girl. Get that good medicine first. Make sure you get the good medicine first, Nicole, before you go putting them legs up in the air and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Before you do that split. And remember, none of us know what nobody's going through. So I wish if you are going through something, you know, I wish God bless you. God bless you, whatever you're going through. I wish God bless you. Things get better. It's going to be all right. You're going to be all right. All right, guys. Peace and out. Does Leo be popping in here? How Miss Ride always popping in here? Do y'all do that? Do y'all got how y'all plan that out or what? But anybody else who's watching the show, like, comment, and subscribe. I appreciate that. Peace out.